Hey guys, tonight we set sail on one of the greatest adventures ever told, the complete story of the Odyssey. So before you get comfortable, take a moment, like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Our story begins not in Ithaca, but on the smoking ruins of Troy. After 10 long years of war, the greatest conflict in Greek mythology has finally come to an end. The mighty city that once seemed impossible to conquer has fallen, not through overwhelming strength, but through one man's extraordinary cunning. The famous wooden horse, remembered for thousands of years as one of history's greatest military deceptions, was the invention of Odysseus, king of the small island of Ithaca. While other heroes earned glory through unmatched strength or fearless charges into battle, Odysseus built his reputation differently. He was a master of strategy, persuasion, and quick thinking. In a world where warriors often solved problems by hitting them with spears, Odysseus had the rather unusual habit of using his brain first. It occasionally kept everyone alive. With Troy destroyed, the Greek kings prepare to sail home. Agamemnon returns to Mycenae. Menelaus begins his own difficult voyage back to Sparta. Nestor heads for Pylos. Odysseus also dreams of home, though for him, that dream has become almost painful. 20 years have now passed since he first left Ithaca. 10 years before the war were spent gathering armies, honouring oaths, and preparing for the campaign. Then came another 10 years beneath the walls of Troy. Back home, everything has changed. His son, Telemachus, was only an infant when Odysseus departed. Now he is nearly a grown man who barely remembers his father's face. His wife, Penelope, has ruled the household alone for 2 decades, refusing to believe that her husband is gone forever, despite increasing pressure to remarry. Odysseus has only one wish left, to see them again. He gathers 12 sturdy ships and hundreds of weary veterans. These are men who have survived sieges, duels, famine, disease, storms, and enough arguments between Greek kings to last several lifetimes. They believe the hardest part is finally over. They could not be more mistaken. Before long, the fleet reaches the land of the Cicones, allies of the defeated Trojans. The Greeks attack the coastal city of Ismarus, capturing supplies, treasure, and livestock. At first, everything goes according to plan. Odysseus urges his men to leave immediately while they still have the advantage. Unfortunately, discipline proves far less durable than bronze armour. Instead of boarding the ships, many soldiers remain behind to feast. Wine flows freely. Livestock is roasted over open fires. Victory celebrations grow louder with every passing hour. After surviving 10 years of war, they convince themselves they have earned one carefree afternoon. The Cicones, however, are busy gathering reinforcements from neighbouring settlements. By dawn, fresh warriors descend upon the unsuspecting Greeks. A fierce battle erupts along the shoreline. Odysseus and his men manage to fight their way back to the ships, but not before suffering painful losses. Several companions fall from every vessel. The voyage home has barely begun, and already the price is heavy. No sooner have they escaped than Zeus sends violent winds across the sea. Massive storms scatter the fleet, driving them far from the familiar waters of Greece. Days become weeks as landmarks disappear beyond the horizon. Eventually they reach a peaceful-looking shore inhabited by the mysterious lotus eaters. The people offer them a sweet fruit unlike anything the Greeks have ever tasted. Any man who eats it immediately loses all desire to return home. Memories of family, duty, and Ithaca simply fade away, replaced by perfect contentment. Some of Odysseus's sailors gladly accept the gift. Odysseus refuses. Realizing the danger, he drags his enchanted companions back to the ships by force, orders them tied beneath the rowing benches, and commands the fleet to sail away without delay. It is a harsh decision, but a necessary one. Sometimes the greatest threat is not a monster waiting in a cave, but the quiet temptation to abandon the journey altogether. As the ships disappear once more into the endless sea, neither Odysseus nor his crew can imagine that far greater dangers lie ahead. Their next destination will introduce them to a creature whose name will become legendary, a giant with one eye, enormous strength, and a father who happens to rule the oceans themselves. The encounter with the Lotus Eaters leaves Odysseus with an important lesson. Some dangers wear armour, while others simply smile and offer lunch. Unfortunately, the next island combines the worst qualities of both. As the fleet sails onward, a rugged coastline rises from the sea. Towering cliffs overlook rich green pastures where enormous flocks of sheep graze without shepherds in sight. Nearby lies another island, uninhabited but filled with wild goats, providing the Greeks with an easy feast after weeks at sea. Across the narrow channel lives a strange race known as the Cyclopes. These giants do not build cities. They have no kings, no laws, and no assemblies. Each Cyclops rules only his own household, caring little for neighbours or customs. To a Greek, this is almost more shocking than their single enormous eye. Civilization, after all, is measured by shared laws. The Cyclops simply do whatever they please. Curiosity gets the better of Odysseus. Rather than sail away, he selects 12 of his bravest companions and crosses to the mainland. He brings with him an especially strong wine, a gift once given by the priest Maron after the fall of Ismarus. Thick, sweet, and remarkably potent, it can be mixed with 20 parts water. Drinking it undiluted is generally considered an adventurous decision. The men soon discover a vast cave overflowing with cheese, milk, and wicker baskets filled with food. Massive pens hold hundreds of sheep and goats. Several of Odysseus's companions immediately suggest taking what they can and leaving before the owner returns. It is excellent advice. Odysseus ignores it. He wants to meet the cave's master, hoping to receive the sacred Greek custom of xenia, hospitality toward strangers. In the Greek world, travellers could expect food, shelter, and gifts before even stating their names. Zeus himself was believed to protect guests. The owner of the cave has never received that particular memo. As sunset falls, the ground begins to tremble beneath heavy footsteps. The Cyclops Polyphemus enters, driving his flock before him. He rolls an enormous boulder across the cave entrance, sealing it completely. The stone is so immense that 20 ordinary men could never hope to move it. Only then does the giant notice the unexpected visitors. He asks who they are. Odysseus politely explains that they are Greek sailors returning from Troy, and respectfully asks for hospitality under the protection of Zeus. Polyphemus laughs. To him, Zeus means nothing. The gods of civilized men hold no authority in his lonely cave. Without another word, he seizes 2 Greeks as easily as a child picking up dolls. Before the horrified survivors can react, he smashes them against the rocks and devours them raw. Bones crack. Blood stains the cave floor. Then, after finishing his gruesome meal, the giant stretches out among his sheep and calmly falls asleep. Panic grips the remaining men. Odysseus briefly considers driving his sword into the sleeping monster's heart. The opportunity is there. One swift strike would end the nightmare. But another problem quickly becomes obvious. If Polyphemus dies, No one inside the cave is strong enough to move the gigantic stone blocking the entrance. Killing the Cyclops now would simply turn the cave into a tomb. For perhaps the first time on this voyage, Odysseus realizes that surviving will require something even sharper than his sword. It will require the very quality that made him famous at Troy, his mind. As dawn breaks over the island, Polyphemus rises as though nothing unusual has happened. To him, yesterday's dinner was perfectly ordinary. He casually grabs 2 more of Odysseus's companions, kills them, and eats them before leading his sheep out to pasture. Once again, he seals the cave with the massive boulder, leaving the remaining Greeks trapped inside. The situation appears hopeless. Odysseus cannot overpower the giant. He cannot move the stone. Waiting patiently only guarantees that everyone will eventually become breakfast, lunch, or dinner. If there is to be any escape, it must come through deception. Fortunately, deception happens to be Odysseus's favourite profession. He notices a gigantic olive tree trunk lying inside the cave. The Cyclops has been drying it to use as a walking staff. Odysseus immediately sees another purpose. He and his companions cut a section from the trunk, sharpen one end into a point, and harden it in the fire before hiding it beneath piles of animal dung. It is an unpleasant hiding place, but one no Cyclops is likely to inspect too closely. That evening, Polyphemus returns. The giant repeats his dreadful routine, devouring 2 more unfortunate Greeks before settling down among his flock. Only then does Odysseus step forward, carrying the powerful wine he received from Maron. He offers it as a gift. Polyphemus has never tasted anything like it. The rich wine delights him, and he eagerly drinks cup after cup without adding water. For an ordinary Greek, this would already be reckless. For a creature the size of a small house, it is simply more alcohol. Soon the giant's speech begins to slur. Delighted with his guest's generosity, Polyphemus asks for the stranger's name so he can reward him. Odysseus smiles. "My name is Nobody." The answer seems ridiculous, but the drunken Cyclops accepts it without question. As a reward, he promises that Nobody will be the very last person he eats. It is not exactly the gift Odysseus hoped for, but under the circumstances, surviving until dessert counts as progress. Moments later, Polyphemus collapses into a deep, drunken sleep. Odysseus gives the signal. Together, the surviving Greeks lift the sharpened olive stake, heat its tip until it glows red, and drive it with all their strength into the giant's single eye. The cave erupts with a scream so loud it echoes across the mountains. Blinded and roaring in agony, Polyphemus tears the stake from his eye while blood and smoke pour down his face. Other Cyclopes rush outside the cave and call out in concern. "What is wrong? Who is hurting you?" Still writhing in pain, Polyphemus bellows the only answer he can think of. "Nobody is killing me!" The other Cyclopes pause. If nobody is attacking him, then perhaps this is simply some illness sent by the gods. Shrugging, they return to their own caves, leaving Polyphemus completely alone. Odysseus' clever trick has worked perfectly. At first light, the blinded giant rolls away the entrance stone and feels the backs of every sheep as they leave for pasture, determined to catch the escaping Greeks. But Odysseus has anticipated even this. Each man clings beneath the thick wool of a ram, hidden from the Cyclops' searching hands. One by one, they pass safely into the sunlight. At last, Odysseus himself emerges beneath the largest ram of the flock. The Greeks race to their ship, cut the mooring lines, and row desperately away from shore. They have survived. They should simply keep rowing. Instead, once the ship is safely beyond the rocks, Odysseus cannot resist one final act of pride. He shouts back, mocking the blinded giant and boasting of his victory. When Polyphemus demands to know who defeated him, Odysseus proudly reveals his true name. "I am Odysseus, son of Laertes, king of Ithaca." In that single moment, triumph becomes disaster. Polyphemus lifts his hands toward the sea and calls upon his father Poseidon, god of the oceans. He begs that Odysseus never reach home. Or, if fate insists that he does, let him arrive alone, after years of suffering, having lost every companion, only to find trouble waiting in his own house. Poseidon hears the prayer, and the sea begins to change. Leaving the island of the Cyclops behind, Odysseus carries more than battered ships and exhausted sailors. He now carries the anger of Poseidon himself, a burden no mortal would willingly choose. The sea seems quieter for a time, but beneath its calm surface the god's resentment waits patiently. Divine revenge, unlike fresh bread, keeps remarkably well. After several days, the fleet reaches the floating island of Aeolia, home of Aeolus, master of the winds. Unlike the savage Cyclops, Aeolus welcomes strangers according to the sacred customs of hospitality. He feasts Odysseus and eagerly listens to the incredible tale of Troy, the wooden horse, and the terrifying encounter with Polyphemus. For an entire month, the king and the wandering hero exchange stories. When it is finally time to leave, Aeolus offers Odysseus an extraordinary gift. He gathers every troublesome wind into a great leather bag made from the hide of an ox. North, south, east, and west are all trapped inside, tightly sealed with a shining silver cord. Only the gentle west wind remains free to guide the Greeks safely home. It is perhaps the greatest navigation system ever invented. Aeolus gives Odysseus one simple instruction: do not open the bag. Odysseus carefully stores it aboard his flagship and personally guards it throughout the voyage. For 9 straight days and nights he barely sleeps, steering the fleet toward Ithaca. Then, at last, the impossible happens. The coastline of home appears on the horizon. The mountains of Ithaca rise from the sea. Smoke curls from distant villages. Odysseus is so close that he can almost imagine embracing Penelope and meeting the son who has grown into a man. After 9 sleepless days, exhaustion finally defeats him. He closes his eyes. That is all the opportunity his crew needs. The sailors have spent days whispering among themselves. They cannot understand why Odysseus protects the mysterious leather bag so carefully. Surely, they reason, it must contain gold, silver, or priceless treasures secretly given to their king. Apparently, after surviving witches, monsters, and cannibal giants, they still have not learned that curiosity is rarely profitable. As Odysseus sleeps, they untie the silver cord. Instantly, every imprisoned wind explodes into the open sea. The ships are hurled in every direction. Towering waves swallow the fleet as a furious hurricane drives them away from Ithaca. By the time Odysseus awakens, his homeland has completely vanished behind the storm. The men have quite literally blown away their chance to go home. With no other choice, they return to Aeolia. Odysseus hopes Aeolus will simply gather the winds again. Instead, the ruler of the winds looks upon the broken fleet with horror. He assumes only one explanation is possible. No ordinary man could suffer such astonishing misfortune unless the gods themselves hated him. Believing Odysseus has become cursed beyond help, Aeolus refuses another gift and orders the Greeks to leave his island forever. Once again, they sail into the unknown. Soon they reach the land of the Laestrygonians, a race of enormous giants far more dangerous than even the Cyclopes because they live together instead of alone. The harbour appears calm and sheltered, surrounded by towering cliffs. Every Greek captain eagerly rows inside, believing they have found a safe place to anchor. Only Odysseus hesitates. Trusting his instincts, he leaves his own ship outside the narrow entrance. It is the decision that saves his life. The welcoming harbour is a trap. Within moments, the giants begin hurling massive boulders from the cliffs, smashing ships like children's toys. Others seize sailors with their bare hands, carrying the screaming men away to be eaten. Panic spreads through the fleet. The narrow entrance that promised safety now becomes a deadly bottleneck from which almost no one can escape. Only Odysseus's single ship, waiting outside the harbour, manages to cut its ropes and flee into the open sea. 11 ships are destroyed. Hundreds of loyal companions are gone. The proud fleet that left Troy with 12 vessels now consists of just one lonely ship, sailing toward an island where an enchantress named Circe is already waiting. Only one ship remains. Of the 12 proud vessels that sailed away from Troy, 11 now rest at the bottom of the sea, or lie shattered along the shore of the Laestrygonians. The survivors are exhausted, grieving, and beginning to wonder whether Poseidon intends to hunt them forever. After days of drifting, a heavily forested island appears on the horizon. Smoke rises gently above the trees, suggesting that someone or something lives there. This is Aiaia, home of the enchantress Circe. Odysseus divides his remaining crew into 2 groups. One stays behind to guard the ship, while the other, led by his trusted companion Eurylochus, explores the island in search of food and fresh water. Before long, they discover a magnificent stone palace surrounded by tame wolves and lions. Surprisingly, the animals do not attack. Instead, they wag their tails like loyal dogs greeting old friends. To any sensible traveller, this is an excellent moment to turn around immediately. Instead, the sailors knock on the door. Circe welcomes them warmly. She smiles, invites them inside, prepares a lavish meal of cheese, barley, honey and wine, and speaks with perfect kindness. The weary Greeks gladly accept her hospitality, believing that perhaps, at long last, fortune has begun to favour them. Only Eurylochus hesitates. Something feels wrong. He remains outside while the others feast. His caution proves wise. Hidden within the food is a powerful enchantment. The moment the sailors finish eating, Circe touches each one with her golden wand. Instantly, their bodies begin to change. Hands become hooves. Faces stretch into snouts. Voices dissolve into frightened squeals. Within moments, the proud veterans of Troy have become pigs. Their minds remain human, fully aware of the nightmare, but their bodies obey only their new animal forms. Circe calmly herds them into a sty and tosses them acorns for dinner. Eurylochus runs back to the beach in terror. He tells Odysseus everything. For perhaps the first time since leaving Troy, even Odysseus pauses. Fighting a giant is one thing. Fighting a woman who can turn soldiers into livestock is another entirely. Nevertheless, he refuses to abandon his companions. Alone, he climbs towards Circe's palace. Along the forest path, another immortal suddenly appears. Hermes, the swift messenger of the gods, has come to help. The young god hands Odysseus a rare magical herb called moly, its black root and white flower able to resist Circe's spells. He explains exactly what will happen. Circe will offer food. Accept it. She will strike with her wand. The spell will fail. Then draw your sword. Do not kill her, Hermes warns, but force her to swear an oath by the river Styx that she will do no further harm. Odysseus follows every instruction. Everything unfolds exactly as Hermes predicted. Circe serves the enchanted meal. Odysseus eats without fear. She touches him with her wand. Nothing happens. For the first time in countless years, her magic has failed. Startled, Circe barely has time to react before Odysseus draws his bronze sword and advances. The mighty enchantress, who moments earlier had transformed seasoned warriors into pigs without effort, suddenly finds herself begging for mercy. Keeping her oath, Circe immediately restores every sailor to human form. More remarkably still, she makes them younger, stronger, and healthier than before. The scars of war seem lighter, and hope briefly returns to the weary crew. What begins as a dangerous confrontation slowly becomes friendship. 1 month passes, then another. Before anyone notices, an entire year has slipped away in comfort. The men feast every day, sleep in warm beds, and forget the hardships of the sea. Eventually, it is the crew, not Odysseus, who remind their king why they came. Home still waits. Circe agrees to help them leave, but first she reveals a terrifying truth. If Odysseus wishes to reach Ithaca, he must sail somewhere no living man willingly goes. Before he can find the road home, he must first seek guidance from the dead themselves. Circe's final instructions are unlike anything Odysseus has ever heard. To find the road home, he must first sail to the edge of the world, beyond the lands of ordinary men, beyond the reach of the sun's familiar path, to the gloomy kingdom ruled by Hades and Persephone. There, among the countless spirits of the dead, he must seek the blind prophet Tiresias, whose wisdom remains untouched even after death. It is an unsettling assignment. Most heroes spend their lives trying to avoid the underworld. Odysseus is being told to visit it on purpose. Following Circe's directions, the lone Greek ship crosses a silent sea until it reaches the land of the Cimmerians, a mysterious people said to live beneath endless mist. Here, sunlight barely penetrates the heavy clouds. The landscape seems trapped in permanent twilight, as though even dawn hesitates to enter. Odysseus and his companions step ashore. Using his bronze sword, he digs a deep trench in the earth exactly as Circe instructed. Into it he pours offerings of milk, honey, sweet wine, fresh water, and barley. Finally, he sacrifices black sheep, allowing their blood to flow into the pit. Almost immediately, shadows begin to gather. Thousands of restless spirits emerge from the darkness. Young and old, kings and beggars, warriors and children, the dead press eagerly toward the blood, for it briefly restores their memories and voices. Terrified, Odysseus draws his sword and keeps every spirit away until Tiresias arrives. But before the prophet appears, another familiar figure approaches. It is Elpenor, one of Odysseus's own sailors. The young man had become drunk during the final night on Circe's island, fallen asleep on the palace roof, and upon waking suddenly, forgotten where he was. He stepped forward, lost his footing, and fell to his death. It is perhaps the least heroic death in all of Greek mythology. His ghost begs Odysseus to return later and give him a proper burial. Without funeral rites, his soul cannot find peace. Odysseus solemnly promises that he will. Before leaving Circe's island for the second time, the enchantress offers Odysseus one final series of warnings. The journey ahead cannot be completed without sacrifice. Some dangers can be avoided, others must simply be endured. The first threat is the Sirens, mysterious creatures whose voices are so beautiful that no sailor who hears them ever wishes to leave. Drawn toward the irresistible music, ships crash upon hidden rocks, leaving only broken hulls and silent bones scattered along the shore. Circe gives precise instructions. Every sailor must seal his ears with softened beeswax. Odysseus, however, cannot resist the opportunity to hear the legendary song. He orders his men to tie him tightly to the ship's mast. No matter what happens, they must ignore every command he gives until the danger has passed. Soon, the haunting melody drifts across the water. The sirens do not sing of riches or power. Instead, they promise knowledge. They claim to know everything that happened at Troy, every secret in the world, every mystery hidden from mankind. Their voices seem to understand every curiosity buried inside the human mind. Odysseus struggles violently against the ropes. He begs. He shouts. He orders the crew to untie him immediately. The sailors only tighten the knots and continue rowing. Eventually, the music fades into the distance. For the first time, a ship has sailed safely past the Sirens. Unfortunately, the next obstacle offers no clever solution. Ahead lies a narrow strait. On one side waits Charybdis, a monstrous whirlpool that swallows enormous quantities of seawater 3 times each day before violently spitting it back into the sea. Any ship caught within its pull is doomed. Opposite the whirlpool lives Scylla. She is an even greater nightmare. Hidden inside a cave high above the cliffs, Scylla possesses 12 legs, 6 impossibly long necks, and 6 terrible heads lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Whenever a ship passes beneath her cave, each head snatches a sailor before anyone can react. Circe's advice is grim. Sail close to Scylla, lose 6 men. Better 6 than everyone. No captain ever wishes to choose which of his companions will die. Odysseus tries to keep the truth from his crew, hoping to spare them panic. As the ship enters the narrow passage, towering cliffs close around them. Everyone watches the terrifying whirlpool below, where the sea churns into a roaring black funnel. No one looks up. That is exactly what Scylla is waiting for. Without warning, 6 enormous heads strike from the darkness. 6 sailors are lifted screaming into the air. Odysseus reaches for his spear, but the attack is over before he can react. He later admits it is the most helpless moment of his entire voyage. There was simply nothing he could do. The survivors row onward in stunned silence. Soon another island appears, peaceful and green beneath the warm Mediterranean sun. Grazing across its meadows are magnificent cattle belonging to Helios, the sun god. Odysseus immediately remembers Tiresias's warning. No one must touch them. The crew reluctantly agrees. Then disaster intervenes. For an entire month, fierce storms trap the ship on the island. Supplies disappear. Hunger grows unbearable. While Odysseus climbs a hillside to pray for help, exhaustion overtakes him and he falls asleep. His men see their chance. Led by Eurylochus, they slaughter the sacred cattle. They convince themselves that angry gods are preferable to starving stomachs. After all, they reason, a hungry man cannot enjoy tomorrow's punishment. It is understandable logic. It is also catastrophically wrong. When Odysseus awakens and sees the feast already cooking over the fire, he knows instantly that the prophecy has begun. The crew has not merely broken a rule. They have sealed their fate. And somewhere above the clouds, Helios is already demanding justice from Zeus. The moment Odysseus and his men leave the island of Helios, Zeus acts. Dark clouds gather over the sea with terrifying speed. Thunder rolls across the sky as if Olympus itself has declared war on a single ship. Then comes the lightning. A blazing bolt crashes into the mast. The vessel explodes into splintered wood. Sails burst into flames. oars snap like twigs. Within moments, the last surviving ship from Troy is nothing more than drifting wreckage. Every one of Odysseus's remaining companions is thrown into the sea. The prophecy of Tiresias is fulfilled. One after another, the sailors disappear beneath the waves. Odysseus alone survives. Clinging desperately to a broken mast, he is carried helplessly across the open sea. For 9 endless days he drifts wherever the currents choose to take him. Once again, he passes the deadly whirlpool of Charybdis, narrowly escaping being swallowed into its depths before the sea spits him back into open water. At last, the exhausted king washes ashore on the hidden island of Ogygia. It is a place unlike any he has ever seen. Flowers bloom throughout every season. Crystal springs flow through green forests, birds sing constantly, and no sign of age or hardship exists anywhere. Here lives the immortal nymph Calypso. She rescues the nearly lifeless Odysseus, nurses his wounds, and offers him everything a weary traveller could desire. Warm food, soft clothing, peaceful days, and freedom from every danger that has haunted him since Troy. Then she offers something even greater, immortality. If Odysseus remains with her as her husband, he will never grow old, never become weak, and never die. For many men, the decision would take perhaps 3 seconds. Odysseus refuses, not immediately. 7 long years pass on Ogygia. Although Calypso treats him kindly, his heart never truly belongs there. Every evening he walks to the shore, sits upon the rocks, and gazes across the endless sea toward a homeland he cannot see. He longs not for eternal life, but for Penelope, Telemachus, and the small rocky island where he was born. Far above, Athena has grown increasingly frustrated. Her favourite hero has suffered enough. She appears before Zeus and argues that Odysseus has paid more than enough for his mistakes. The king of the gods finally agrees. Hermes is sent to Ogygia with a direct command. Calypso must let Odysseus go. The nymph obeys, though not happily. She helps him build a sturdy raft, provides food, fresh water, clothing, and favourable supplies for the journey ahead. After wishing him well, she watches him disappear over the horizon. For 17 peaceful days, Odysseus sails alone. Then Poseidon returns from visiting distant lands. The sea god immediately spots the tiny raft. His anger has not faded in the slightest. With a single gesture, he unleashes another devastating storm. Towering waves smash the raft to pieces. Odysseus is hurled back into the sea, fighting simply to breathe. Only through the help of the sea goddess Ino, who gives him a magical veil to keep him afloat, and Athena, who calms the winds at the final moment, does he survive. Half dead, he reaches the island of Scheria, home of the Phaeacians. There he is discovered by Princess Nausicaa, who treats the mysterious stranger with kindness and leads him to her parents' palace. King Alcinous welcomes Odysseus according to the sacred laws of hospitality. During a great feast, the wandering king finally reveals his identity and recounts every adventure from Troy to the Cyclops, from Circe to the underworld, from the Sirens to Calypso. The Phaeacians listen in astonishment. Then, honouring both guest and hero, they do what no storm, monster, or god has allowed for 20 long years. They carry Odysseus home. While he sleeps peacefully aboard their swift black ship, the coastline of Ithaca finally rises from the morning mist. When the Phaeacian ship quietly reaches the shores of Ithaca, the sailors gently carry the sleeping Odysseus onto the beach. Beside him, they leave magnificent gifts of gold, bronze, fine clothing, and precious treasures before silently sailing away. After 20 years, The king is finally home. He simply doesn't recognize it. Athena has wrapped the island in a magical mist to protect him from enemies. As Odysseus awakens, he looks around in confusion. The coastline seems unfamiliar. For one heartbreaking moment, he believes the Phaeacians have betrayed him and abandoned him on yet another strange shore. Then a young shepherd approaches. At least, that is what he appears to be. The shepherd is actually Athena in disguise. The goddess smiles as Odysseus immediately invents an elaborate false story about who he is and why he has arrived. Even after 20 years of hardship, he cannot resist testing strangers with clever lies. Athena laughs and reveals her true identity. "Only you," she tells him, "would lie to a goddess while standing in your own homeland." The mist disappears. The mountains, olive groves, and rocky hills of Ithaca emerge before his eyes. At last, he kneels and kisses the soil of his homeland. But there is no time for celebration. Athena explains that his palace has become occupied by more than 100 arrogant noblemen known as the suitors. Believing Odysseus long dead, they feast every day at his expense, slaughter his livestock, drink his wine, and compete to marry Penelope so one of them can seize the throne. Penelope refuses them all. Each day she promises to choose a husband once she finishes weaving a funeral shroud for Odysseus's elderly father, Laertes. Each night she secretly unravels everything she has woven. For 3 years she successfully deceives them. Eventually, however, one of her servants reveals the trick. Meanwhile, Odysseus's son, Telemachus, has grown into a thoughtful young man. Encouraged by Athena, he recently travelled to visit King Nestor and King Menelaus, hoping to learn whether his father might still be alive. Now, he too is sailing home. Athena knows father and son must reunite before confronting the suitors. First, however, Odysseus must disappear. With a touch of her staff, Athena transforms him into an old beggar. His skin wrinkles, his shoulders stoop, his hair becomes grey, and his fine clothing changes into dirty rags. Even those who once knew him best would never recognize the mighty king. His first destination is not the palace. It is the humble farm of Eumaeus, his loyal swineherd. Unlike many servants, Eumaeus has remained completely faithful throughout Odysseus's long absence. He welcomes the disguised stranger with warmth, offering simple food, shelter, and conversation, despite believing him to be nothing more than a wandering beggar. Hospitality, even toward the poorest traveller, remains one of the highest Greek virtues. That very evening, Telemachus returns safely to Ithaca and arrives at Eumaeus's farm. Father and son stand only a few steps apart. Neither realizes who the other truly is. When Eumaeus briefly leaves the hut, Athena appears once again. She restores Odysseus to his true appearance, making him younger, taller, and unmistakably kingly. Telemachus stares in disbelief. At first he thinks a god has appeared before him. Only after Odysseus embraces him and speaks through tears does the truth finally sink in. For the first time in 20 years, father and son stand together. Their reunion is brief but deeply moving. There will be time for tears later. First, they must reclaim a kingdom. The plan is finally ready. Odysseus remains disguised as an old beggar, while Telemachus quietly prepares the palace from within. Together, father and son study every doorway, every hallway, and every possible escape route. They count the loyal servants who can be trusted and identify those who have betrayed their king. The odds are almost laughable. 2 men against more than 100 armed suitors. Then again, the suitors have spent the last several years becoming experts in eating, drinking, and insulting old beggars. Military preparation has not been high on their list of priorities. Odysseus enters his own palace unnoticed. The sight before him is painful. The great hall echoes with laughter as the suitors devour his cattle, empty his wine jars, and gamble away the afternoons. Musicians play while servants hurry from table to table. It resembles a royal feast, except the king has been replaced by freeloaders with remarkably healthy appetites. Several suitors mock the ragged stranger. One throws a stool at him. Another laughs at his worn clothing. Only a few servants show kindness, among them the faithful nurse Eurycleia. While washing the beggar's feet, she notices an old scar on his leg, received decades earlier during a boar hunt as a young prince. She immediately recognizes him. Odysseus gently places a hand over her mouth and begs her to remain silent. The time has not yet come. Meanwhile, Penelope enters the great hall. After 20 years of waiting, she announces that she will finally choose a husband, but only after one final contest. She orders Odysseus' great bow to be brought from storage. It is an enormous weapon that only its owner ever possessed the strength to string. The challenge is simple. Whoever can string the bow and fire an arrow cleanly through 12 aligned axe heads will win her hand. One by one, the suitors step forward. They pull, they strain, they sweat. Some even warm the bow over the fire or rub it with oil, hoping to soften the wood. Nothing works. The bow refuses to bend. The proud warriors who have boasted for years cannot even string the weapon belonging to the man whose throne they are trying to steal. Then the old beggar quietly asks for a turn. The hall erupts in laughter. Some shout that he will break the priceless bow. Others insist he should be thrown outside immediately. Penelope, however, agrees. Telemachus orders the bow placed into the stranger's hands. The room falls strangely quiet. Odysseus examines the weapon lovingly, almost as if greeting an old friend after many years apart. Then, with effortless ease, he strings it in a single smooth motion. The bowstring sings like the clear note of a lyre. A silence settles over the palace. Every smile disappears. Odysseus picks up an arrow. He draws the string to its full length. The arrow flashes through the air, passing perfectly through all 12 axe heads without touching a single one. At that very instant, Athena lifts the last traces of uncertainty from the room. The beggar stands taller. His eyes burn with determination. The king has returned. Without hesitation, Odysseus knocks a second arrow. Its target is Antinous, the most arrogant of the suitors, who is lifting a golden cup to his lips. The arrow strikes him cleanly through the throat. The cup falls from his hand. Wine spills across the floor as the first of the usurpers collapses. Panic sweeps through the hall. The suitors scramble for weapons, only to discover that Telemachus has already removed nearly all of them. The trap they believed they had set for an old beggar has quietly become one set for themselves. The battle for Ithaca has begun. The great hall erupts into chaos. The suitors, moments earlier laughing over their feast, now scramble in blind panic. Antinous lies dead on the floor, and for a heartbeat no one understands what has happened. Some believe the arrow was an accident. Then Odysseus speaks. His voice fills the palace with the authority of a king who has finally come home. "You dogs," he declares. "You believed I would never return from Troy. You consumed my wealth, harassed my wife, and dishonoured my house. Now your reckoning has come." There is no longer any doubt. The beggar is gone. The king of Ithaca stands before them. One of the suitors, Eurymachus, desperately tries to negotiate. He blames everything on the dead Antinous and promises that they will repay every stolen animal, every cup of wine, and every piece of treasure. Gold, silver, cattle, whatever Odysseus demands. It is far too late. Some crimes cannot be balanced with payment. Odysseus releases another arrow. Eurymachus falls. the battle begins in earnest. Telemachus, the loyal swineherd Eumaeus, and the faithful cowherd Philoetius fight beside their king. Athena watches over them, appearing at times in the form of mentor to strengthen their courage. Although badly outnumbered, the defenders possess two advantages the suitors no longer have: discipline and purpose. The palace becomes a battlefield. Spears crash against shields. Arrows whistle through the smoky hall. One by one, the suitors fall until none remain alive. Only the court singer and the palace herald are spared, for they had served unwillingly and committed no crimes against the household. Justice, in the eyes of ancient Greece, has been carried out. When the fighting finally ends, silence settles over the palace for the first time in many years, yet one final reunion remains. Penelope has heard the news, but she refuses to celebrate immediately. 20 years have passed. Stories spread easily. Tricks are common. She needs proof that this truly is her husband. She orders a servant to move their marriage bed into another room. Odysseus immediately objects. The bed cannot be moved. Long ago he built it himself around the trunk of a living olive tree, whose roots still stand beneath the palace floor. The room was constructed around that tree, making the bed impossible to remove without cutting down the trunk itself. Only Odysseus could know that secret. At last, Penelope's doubts vanish. She embraces him, and after 2 decades of separation, husband and wife are finally reunited. The following day, Odysseus travels to the countryside to embrace his aging father, Laertes, who had long believed his son dead. Though grief has made the old king frail, joy briefly restores his strength. Soon afterward, the families of the slain suitors gather, demanding revenge. A new civil war threatens to begin. Before more blood can be spilled, Athena intervenes. At Zeus's command, she orders both sides to lay down their weapons and swear lasting peace. Reluctantly, they obey. And so ends the Odyssey, not merely as the tale of a man returning home, but as a story about endurance, wisdom, loyalty, and hope. Odysseus defeats monsters, outwits gods, and crosses the very land of the dead, but his greatest victory is far simpler. After 20 years of wandering, he finally walks through his own front door. It is a reminder that the longest journeys are often measured not in miles sailed, but in the determination to keep going until home is found. If you happen to receive an invitation to a royal banquet in medieval England, you might imagine glittering silver plates loaded with roasted swans, fragrant pastries, and beautifully carved venison. Instead, one of the evening's greatest delicacies might arrive looking as though the castle chef had wandered down to the river, lost a bet, and decided to bake the loser into a pie. Meet the lamprey. Calling it a fish is technically correct, but only in the same way that calling a hurricane a bit windy is technically correct. The lamprey is a long, eel-like creature with no jaws and a perfectly round mouth lined with rows of tiny teeth. It has spent hundreds of millions of years refusing to become more visually appealing. Evolution looked at it several times and apparently concluded, good enough. To modern eyes, it resembles something designed by a sleep-deprived blacksmith after eating questionable mushrooms. To medieval nobles, however, it was luxury. Lampreys were especially prized in the rivers of England and northern France. They were difficult to catch, seasonal, and expensive enough that serving them instantly announced your wealth. If you could place a lamprey pie before your guests, you weren't simply offering dinner. You were politely informing everyone that your bank account was healthier than theirs. Kings adored them. Bishops requested them. Even monasteries occasionally enjoyed them when fortune smiled upon the kitchen. The meat itself was surprisingly rich, far fattier than most fish. Medieval cooks naturally looked at this already heavy ingredient and decided the obvious solution was to make it considerably heavier. After cleaning the lamprey, they simmered the meat in red wine with vinegar, cinnamon, cloves, ginger, pepper, onions, raisins, and other expensive spices before sealing everything inside a thick pastry crust. The finished pie looked magnificent. It also contained enough richness to make butter quietly wonder if perhaps things had gone a little too far. And then there was the blood. Rather than discarding it, many recipes mixed the lamprey's blood into the sauce to create a deeper colour and richer flavour. Modern television cooking competitions often celebrate using every part of the animal. Medieval cooks heard that philosophy centuries early and interpreted it with remarkable enthusiasm. The lamprey's most famous admirer was King Henry I. According to medieval chroniclers, his physicians repeatedly warned him not to eat so many lampreys. Whether they feared indigestion, food poisoning, or simply wanted their king to survive another winter, we cannot say for certain. Henry, however, seems to have treated medical advice the way many people treat the terms and conditions before installing software. He ignored it. In the year 1135, after reportedly enjoying a generous meal of lampreys, the king fell gravely ill and died shortly afterward. Today, historians are careful not to blame the pie entirely. He may have suffered from food poisoning, another illness, or a combination of factors unrelated to his favourite meal. Medieval medicine was not exactly famous for controlled clinical trials. If someone sneezed near a comet while eating fish on a Tuesday, there was a decent chance all three would end up being blamed. Still, the story endured because it was simply too good not to repeat. A mighty king brought low, not by an invading army or a palace conspiracy, but by repeatedly saying, "One more slice won't hurt." Whether or not the lamprey actually caused his death, it certainly earned one of history's most memorable culinary reputations. The remarkable thing is that medieval diners genuinely loved this dish. They saw elegance where we see nightmare fuel. To them, lamprey pie represented wealth, refinement, and sophisticated taste. To us, it looks like someone accidentally baked a vampire's lunch into pastry and served it with complete confidence. And somehow, this is only the beginning. By the end of tonight's feast, you may find yourself looking at plain boiled vegetables with a newfound sense of gratitude. After surviving a royal helping of lamprey pie, you might reasonably assume medieval cuisine would begin to improve. Instead, it somehow became more confusing. One of the strangest beliefs to circulate through medieval Europe involved a bird called the barnacle goose. The mystery was simple enough. Every autumn, great flocks of these geese appeared in Britain and Ireland, yet nobody had ever seen them nesting locally. Their breeding grounds were thousands of miles away in the Arctic, a place medieval Europeans knew very little about. When faced with a missing piece of information, medieval scholars did what humans have always done throughout history. They confidently invented one. According to a surprisingly popular theory, barnacle geese did not hatch from eggs at all. Instead, they supposedly grew from strange shellfish called goose barnacles that clung to pieces of floating driftwood. Over time, tiny birds were believed to develop inside the shells before dropping into the sea and flying away as fully formed geese. If this sounds ridiculous, remember that nobody could simply search for "where do barnacle geese nest?" The nearest search engine was an elderly monk who had once spoken to a fisherman whose cousin claimed to know someone who had definitely seen it happen. Illustrations from medieval manuscripts even show little geese hanging from pieces of wood, like ripe fruit waiting for harvest. Naturally, people began asking an important question. If these birds came from shellfish instead of ordinary animals, were they technically meat? For many medieval Christians, especially during fasting seasons like Lent, eating meat from land animals was forbidden. Fish, however, remained perfectly acceptable. Since barnacle geese supposedly originated in the sea, several regions concluded that eating them during fast days was completely reasonable. One suspects the geese themselves were never consulted on this theological loophole. Cookbooks described roasting the birds with herbs, onions, vinegar, and rich sauces, much like any other goose. The flavour itself was probably excellent. Wild goose is still enjoyed today. What tasted unpleasant, however, was the medieval habit of combining the rich meat with powerful vinegars, excessive spices, and sweet ingredients like raisins or prunes in the same dish. Medieval cooks adored mixing sour, sweet, salty, and spicy flavours until your tongue simply gave up trying to identify what was happening. It was less a recipe and more an organised negotiation between competing ingredients. Eventually, explorers reached the Arctic nesting grounds and discovered the truth. Barnacle geese reproduced exactly like every other sensible bird by laying eggs. An entire culinary tradition built upon spontaneous tree-grown geese quietly collapsed. Still, you have to admire the medieval imagination. Presented with a migratory mystery, they invented one of history's most entertaining biological theories and then celebrated their scientific breakthrough by putting gravy on it. By now, you've probably noticed that medieval cooks had a remarkable talent for taking perfectly edible ingredients and asking, how can we make this significantly more challenging? Their answer, quite often, was salt. Lots of it. Salted herring became one of the most common foods across northern Europe during the Middle Ages. Every autumn, enormous schools of herring filled the North Sea and the Baltic. Fishermen caught millions of them, and merchants quickly realised there was a fortune to be made if the fish could survive long journeys inland. Without refrigeration, there was only one reliable solution: bury the fish in enough salt to preserve it for months. Freshly caught herring were cleaned, layered inside large wooden barrels, and buried beneath mountains of coarse sea salt. The salt drew moisture from the flesh, preventing bacteria from growing and allowing the fish to travel hundreds of miles. By the time a barrel reached a market in Central Europe, the herring inside had become astonishingly durable. Some probably qualified as building materials. The fish remained edible for months, sometimes even a year. That was the good news. The bad news was that every bite contained approximately half the North Sea. Before cooking, families usually soaked the herring in buckets of fresh water for an entire day. Wealthier households sometimes changed the water several times in hopes of removing more salt. Poorer families often lacked the luxury of wasting fresh water, so the fish simply stayed enthusiastic. Even after soaking, the first bite could leave your mouth feeling as though you had accidentally swallowed a wave. Medieval cooks tried everything to improve the flavour. They simmered herring with onions, mustard, parsley, vinegar, and wine. Some recipes added raisins, apples, or honey in an attempt to balance the saltiness. Others covered the fish with strong sauces packed with pepper, cinnamon, cloves, and ginger. This was not because medieval people disliked spices. It was because they were desperately negotiating peace between the fish and their taste buds. Salted herring became especially important during Lent and the many religious fast days observed throughout the year. Depending on the calendar, Christians could spend well over 100 days annually avoiding meat. Fish therefore became an essential source of protein, and herring was cheap enough to feed everyone from peasants to monks. Monasteries often purchased entire wagon loads of salted fish before winter arrived. Imagine spending months copying illuminated manuscripts by candlelight while eating salted herring 3 or 4 times a week. Suddenly, those vows of silence begin to make perfect sense. Despite its overpowering flavour, herring helped sustain medieval Europe. It fed armies, supplied growing cities, and supported an enormous international trade network stretching from Scandinavia to Italy. People tolerated the taste because the alternative was simple. Hunger rarely complains about seasoning. Still, after your 5th consecutive meal of salty fish, even the most devoted medieval diner may have found themselves dreaming of something truly exotic. Like plain bread. After surviving salted herring, you might hope medieval dinner would finally offer something comforting. It did. Unfortunately, comfort and excitement are not always close friends. Few dishes appeared on medieval tables more often than pottage. It was the everyday meal of peasants, craftsmen, monks, and even many nobles when grand feasts were not being held. If medieval Europe had a national dish, this thick stew would be a very strong candidate, and among its many variations, black pottage earned a particularly intimidating reputation. The name sounds like something brewed by a villain in a fairy tale, but it simply referred to the stew's dark colour. Long cooking, dark grains, leafy vegetables, onions, beans, and occasionally animal blood or dark broth could turn the mixture nearly black. It looked less like dinner, and more like a suspicious patch of swamp that had somehow found its way into your bowl. The ingredients depended entirely on what happened to be available. Cabbage, leeks, turnips, peas, barley, old bread, sometimes beans, sometimes oats, sometimes all of them at once. The remarkable thing about pottage was that it never truly ended. A large iron pot hung over the household fire day and night. Each morning, more vegetables were tossed in. Whatever remained from yesterday stayed exactly where it was. If someone caught a rabbit, pieces went into the pot. If a chicken stopped laying eggs permanently, into the pot it went. If nothing new appeared that day, everyone simply enjoyed yesterday's stew, now with the added complexity that only another 24 hours of boiling can provide. You could almost think of it as medieval meal preparation. Except instead of storing leftovers in the refrigerator, they stored them over an open fire. Continuously. For days. The longer the stew simmered, the thicker it became. Bread was often stirred in to stretch the meal further, producing a consistency somewhere between soup and mortar. It filled empty stomachs exceptionally well. It was just not especially memorable on the tongue. Seasoning posed another challenge. Pepper, cinnamon, cloves and saffron were expensive imports reserved for wealthy households. Ordinary families relied on herbs from their gardens, parsley, sage, thyme or dill, along with onions and garlic to provide flavour. When the herbs ran out, optimism became the primary seasoning. Interestingly, medieval physicians approved of pottage. According to the medical theory of the four humours, warm cooked foods were easier to digest than many raw ingredients. A slowly simmered stew was considered wholesome and balanced, making it an ideal daily meal. Modern nutritionists might even agree with parts of that assessment. Just perhaps not after the stew had celebrated its 4th consecutive birthday in the same cooking pot. Black pottage was never intended to impress dinner guests. It existed for one simple purpose, keeping people alive through hard winters, poor harvests, and long days of labour. And to be fair, it succeeded brilliantly. It simply did so while convincing generations of medieval Europeans that variety was something other families probably enjoyed. If medieval cooks had one guiding philosophy, it was this: if a food could be boiled, it would be boiled. If it could be boiled long enough to become gelatin, even better. That brings us to one of the more unusual dishes to survive from medieval kitchens: jellied eels. Eels were everywhere. Rivers, marshes, ponds and estuaries across Europe teemed with them. They were easy to catch, surprisingly nutritious, and unlike many fish, They remained alive for quite some time after being removed from the water. This made transporting them to markets much easier. The unfortunate side effect was that medieval fish markets occasionally looked as though the merchandise was attempting a coordinated escape. Once caught, the eels were skinned, chopped into sections, and simmered slowly with onions, herbs, vinegar, and sometimes white wine. During the long cooking process, something interesting happened. The bones and skin naturally released collagen. As the broth cooled, it transformed into a firm jelly that surrounded every piece of fish. Modern chefs would describe this as perfectly natural. Modern diners would probably describe it as emotionally challenging. Imagine lifting a spoonful of what appears to be transparent meat-flavoured jelly, only to discover an eel hiding inside like an unpleasant surprise from the river itself. Texture mattered enormously in medieval cuisine. Wealthy households loved foods that demonstrated culinary skill, and turning liquid into a shimmering jelly impressed guests. A clear, well-set aspic showed patience, technique, and access to quality ingredients. Today, if your fish arrives wobbling across the plate, most people assume something has gone terribly wrong. Medieval nobles applauded. The flavour itself was often surprisingly mild. Vinegar added sharpness, parsley and sage contributed freshness, while pepper and ginger provided warmth. Yet the overwhelming memory for many modern eaters isn't the taste. It's the sensation. Every bite seems unable to decide whether it wishes to be soup, fish, or dessert. It settles for becoming none of them. Not everyone enjoyed eel equally. Some regions prized it above almost every other freshwater fish, while others considered it a meal of necessity. During religious fasts, however, eel became particularly valuable because it counted as fish, allowing Christians to avoid forbidden meat without sacrificing much-needed protein. Monasteries often maintained carefully managed eel ponds, ensuring a reliable food supply throughout the year. Medieval monks copied sacred manuscripts by day and occasionally rewarded themselves with a generous serving of wobbling river gelatin by evening. History rarely mentions that part. To be fair, eel remains popular in many parts of the world today, especially when grilled or smoked. The medieval version simply chose a preparation method that emphasised every texture modern diners usually try very hard to avoid. Still, compared with some recipes waiting ahead, jellied eels were almost elegant. At least you could usually identify what animal you were eating. That will not always be the case. After several courses featuring fish, jelly, and enough salt to preserve a small kingdom, perhaps a simple vegetable soup sounds refreshing. Allow medieval garlic pottage to change your mind. Garlic was one of the most dependable ingredients in the medieval kitchen. It was cheap, easy to grow, survived harsh winters, and, according to physicians, possessed nearly miraculous healing powers. If you had a cough, eat garlic. If you had a fever, eat garlic. If you had poor digestion, eat garlic. If your neighbour had a fever, apparently you should also eat garlic, just to stay ahead of the situation. By the Middle Ages, garlic had earned a reputation as nature's medicine cabinet. It also had another remarkable quality. Nobody wanted to stand close enough to argue with someone who had just eaten a large bowl of it. Garlic pottage was a humble dish, particularly common among peasants, monks, labourers, and travellers. The recipe itself was wonderfully simple. Whole bulbs of garlic were peeled and simmered alongside onions, leeks, herbs, stale bread, and vegetable or meat broth. Sometimes eggs were stirred in to make the soup richer. Wealthier households occasionally added cream or cheese, while poorer families considered themselves fortunate if they had enough bread to thicken the pot. The result was filling, inexpensive, and astonishingly aromatic. Not aromatic in the modern sense of pleasantly fragrant, more in the sense that your arrival could be detected several minutes before you actually entered the room. Medieval cooks often boiled the garlic until it became soft enough to dissolve into the broth. This mellowed some of its sharpness, creating a creamy texture and surprisingly rich flavour. Herbs such as parsley, sage, thyme, or hyssop rounded out the soup, while vinegar occasionally added a pleasant sour note. On a cold winter evening, the pottage was genuinely comforting. The following morning, however, everyone within conversational distance became unwilling participants. Medical writers praised garlic enthusiastically. Influenced by the ancient teachings of Hippocrates and Galen, medieval physicians believed garlic warmed the body, improved circulation, aided digestion, and helped drive away harmful vapours thought to spread disease. During outbreaks of illness, many people deliberately increased the amount of garlic they consumed. Whether it actually prevented disease remains uncertain. It almost certainly prevented close social interaction. Monasteries frequently cultivated garlic in their herb gardens, and recipes appear throughout medieval household manuals. Unlike saffron or imported cinnamon, garlic belonged to everyone. Kings might dine on peacocks covered in gold leaf, but even they occasionally relied on the same humble bulb growing in a peasant's garden. It was one of the rare ingredients that ignored social class completely. Modern versions of garlic soup can be wonderfully delicate and balanced. Medieval garlic pottage, however, believed moderation was a personal weakness. If 1 clove was beneficial, 12 could only improve matters. It was a philosophy shared by remarkably few dinner companions. Still, after a lifetime of salted fish, black pottage and jellied eels, perhaps a bowl of garlic soup wasn't such a terrible bargain. At least this meal looked like soup. That was becoming less and less guaranteed as medieval dining continued. If you thought salted herring sounded difficult to eat, medieval merchants had another seafood specialty waiting patiently on the shelf. Very patiently. Stockfish was, quite literally, fish-dried until it became almost as hard as wood. Usually made from Atlantic cod caught off the coasts of Norway and Iceland, stockfish wasn't salted at all. Instead, fishermen cleaned the fish, removed the heads, tied them together by the tails, and hung them on enormous wooden racks where cold northern winds slowly dried them over several months. The freezing temperatures did most of the work. Moisture gradually disappeared, while the flesh hardened into something remarkably durable. By the time the process was finished, the fish no longer resembled dinner. It resembled a plank. Merchants loved stockfish because it solved nearly every transportation problem. It weighed far less than fresh fish, could survive years without spoiling if kept dry, and travelled across Europe in enormous quantities. Ships carried it to England, Germany, France, Italy, and beyond, making it one of medieval Europe's most valuable exports. It was essentially the canned food of the Middle Ages. Except cans are generally easier to chew. Before anyone could eat stockfish, however, it had to be brought back to life. The dried fish was soaked in cold water for 2 or sometimes 3 days. The water needed changing regularly as the cod slowly absorbed moisture. Wealthy households often assigned servants specifically to manage this process. Imagine explaining your profession today. So, what do you do for a living? I watch fish become less solid. Even after days of soaking, the cod often remained remarkably firm. Medieval cooks boiled it for hours before serving it with butter, mustard, onions, garlic, or thick sauces made from wine and herbs. Some recipes shredded the meat into stews or pies, while others beat it with wooden mallets to soften the stubborn fibres. If your dinner requires carpentry tools, perhaps dinner has become overly ambitious. Stockfish appeared frequently during Lent and other religious fasts when meat was forbidden. Monasteries purchased vast quantities because it stored so well. Entire communities relied on it during long winters when fresh food became scarce. Nobody claimed it was exciting. It was simply dependable. Contemporary accounts suggest the flavour itself was mild, but the texture divided opinions even then. Properly prepared stockfish could become pleasantly flaky. Poorly prepared stockfish retained a determination that bordered on personal insult. One bite reminded you that this fish had survived Arctic winds for months. It wasn't about to surrender quietly to your teeth. Despite its reputation, stockfish helped feed medieval Europe for centuries. It supported international trade, enriched Scandinavian kingdoms, and prevented countless people from going hungry during difficult seasons. Still, somewhere in a busy medieval kitchen, one can imagine a weary cook staring at a piece of dried cod, reaching for a hammer, and wondering whether perhaps cabbage would have been easier. The answer, surprisingly, was yes. Unfortunately, the medieval cookbook was nowhere near finished finding new ways to challenge the human appetite. By this point, you might be wondering whether medieval cooks actually enjoyed subtle flavours. The answer is wonderfully simple. No. If a sauce didn't make your eyes water, or briefly convince you that you had inhaled it by mistake, many medieval diners probably considered it a little disappointing. Few condiments demonstrate this better than medieval mustard. Unlike the smooth, mild mustard found in many modern kitchens, medieval mustard was an entirely different creature. Cooks ground black or brown mustard seeds into a coarse powder, using heavy stone mortars. They then mixed it with vinegar, verjuice made from unripe grapes, strong ale, or wine. Depending on the household, they might also add ginger, pepper, cinnamon, cloves, garlic, or honey. The final result wasn't simply spicy, it was enthusiastic. One spoonful could clear your sinuses so efficiently that medieval physicians might have considered it a medical procedure. The popularity of mustard wasn't accidental. Medieval meat often lacked the freshness we expect today. Animals were usually slaughtered in autumn, preserved through winter, or transported without refrigeration. Even perfectly edible meat could develop flavours that benefited from distraction. Mustard specialised in distraction. By now, you've probably noticed that medieval cooks shared one philosophy above all others. If it could be eaten, it would be eaten. If there was any debate about whether it could be eaten, someone would probably try anyway. Nothing illustrates this better than blood sausage. The idea sounds alarming to many modern diners, but throughout medieval Europe, using fresh animal blood after slaughter was perfectly ordinary. Livestock represented enormous investments of time, labour, and money. Throwing away a nutritious ingredient simply because it looked unsettling would have seemed almost irresponsible. The pig had already made its sacrifice. The least everyone could do was be thorough. The process began immediately after slaughter. Fresh blood was collected in large bowls and stirred constantly to prevent it from clotting. Cooks then mixed it with oats, barley, breadcrumbs, onions, garlic, herbs, animal fat, and whatever spices the household could afford. Pepper, if you were wealthy. Parsley, if you were practical. Optimism, if you were poor. The mixture was carefully stuffed into cleaned animal intestines, tied into long sausages, and gently simmered until firm. Some were eaten immediately. Others were smoked or lightly dried so they could last longer. Fresh from the pot, blood sausage had a rich, earthy flavour, unlike almost anything else on the medieval table. The onions added sweetness, herbs provided freshness, and the grains helped soften the dense texture. The appearance, however, required a certain amount of confidence. Imagine slicing into what looks remarkably like a piece of polished mahogany and enthusiastically announcing, "You simply must try this." Not every guest would have shared your excitement. Blood itself occupied a curious place in medieval medicine. According to the theory of the four humours, blood symbolised warmth and vitality. While physicians disagreed about exactly who should eat it and in what quantity, many believed blood-based foods could restore strength after illness or hard labour. Whether this was scientifically accurate is another matter entirely. After all, medieval doctors also believed your personality might be influenced by an excess of yellow bile. Blood sausage became especially popular after autumn slaughter season. Families preserved as much meat as possible before winter, turning every usable part of the animal into food. Hams were salted, fat became lard, bones flavoured soups, skins found new purposes, and blood became sausage. Waste was the true enemy. This practical mindset explains why blood sausage survived for centuries. It was inexpensive, filling, nutritious, and remarkably efficient. In fact, versions of it are still enjoyed today across Britain, France, Germany, Spain, Poland, and many other countries. Modern recipes, however, usually benefit from better seasoning, careful preparation, and refrigeration. 3 advantages medieval kitchens would have accepted with grateful disbelief. Still, compared with several recipes waiting ahead, blood sausage almost begins to sound sensible. At least everyone knew exactly what ingredient made people nervous. The next medieval specialty managed to disguise its unpleasant surprises beneath a generous layer of sauce, proving once again that if enough vinegar and spices were involved, almost anything could be presented as fine dining. After blood sausage, perhaps a simple fish dish sounds like a welcome return to familiar waters. The medieval cook agreed, then reached for an entire jug of vinegar. To modern diners, vinegar is usually a supporting actor. A splash in a salad dressing, a little in a pickle, perhaps a drizzle over fish and chips if you're feeling adventurous. In the Middle Ages, vinegar often considered itself the main character. One of the most common fish dishes across medieval Europe involved simmering freshwater fish such as pike, carp, perch, or trout in a sauce made with vinegar, onions, herbs, and a surprising amount of imported spices. Wealthy kitchens might also include wine, saffron, ginger, cinnamon, cloves, or sugar. The goal was balance. The result occasionally felt more like surrender. Strong, sour flavours were enormously fashionable during the Middle Ages. Medieval people enjoyed combinations of sweet, sour, salty, and spicy, all in the same mouthful. While modern European cooking often separates those flavours, medieval chefs enthusiastically invited them all to the same dinner party. No one asked whether they got along. Vinegar also served a practical purpose. Fresh fish spoiled quickly, especially during warm weather. Although vinegar could not magically rescue rotten food, its sharp acidity helped preserve cooked dishes for a little longer and masked minor changes in flavour. To be clear, medieval cooks weren't trying to deceive anyone. They simply lived in a world without refrigerators, where dinner occasionally had a very limited schedule. Cooking began by gently simmering the fish rather than frying it. Once tender, it was covered in a sauce thickened with breadcrumbs or ground almonds. The vinegar provided a sharp bite, while onions softened its edge. Wealthy households finished the dish with expensive spices imported from Asia, transforming a simple river fish into something worthy of a noble's banquet, or at least worthy of someone who genuinely enjoyed vinegar. The smell alone filled medieval kitchens. Imagine walking into a great hall expecting roasted meat and fresh bread, only to discover that someone had apparently seasoned the air itself. Your eyes might begin watering before the meal officially started. According to medieval physicians, sour foods helped stimulate digestion and balance certain bodily humours, especially after eating rich meats. Vinegar, therefore, wasn't merely seasoning, it was practically healthcare. Conveniently, it also made ordinary ingredients seem more sophisticated. Cookbooks from England, France, Germany and Italy all contain variations of these sharp fish sauces, proving this wasn't an isolated culinary experiment. Europe collectively decided that if one spoonful of vinegar tasted refreshing, several cups would surely be even better. History suggests otherwise. Still, many medieval diners genuinely loved these recipes. Their palates had grown accustomed to bold contrasts that seem unusual today. A sweet and sour fish stew represented elegance, wealth, and refined taste. To modern mouths, however, the experience might feel less like enjoying seafood and more like accidentally taking a very committed sip of pickling liquid. Surprisingly, medieval cooks were still not finished proving that almost any ingredient could become dinner, as long as you were willing to be extraordinarily open-minded. By now, you've probably accepted one important truth about medieval cooking. If an animal existed, medieval cooks considered every single part of it a valuable ingredient. Nothing demonstrated that philosophy quite like marrow pudding. Despite its comforting name, this was not the sort of pudding served after dinner with fresh berries and cream. Medieval pudding simply referred to a mixture of ingredients bound together, cooked slowly, and often stuffed into a casing or baked inside a crust. Dessert would have been a pleasant surprise. Instead, marrow pudding began with bones. After cattle or sheep were butchered, cooks split the large leg bones with heavy axes to reach the rich, buttery marrow hidden inside. Today, roasted bone marrow appears on the menus of fashionable restaurants. Medieval cooks looked at it and thought, "Wonderful. Now let's make it considerably stranger." The soft marrow was scraped into a bowl and mixed with breadcrumbs, eggs, onions, herbs, animal fat, pepper, ginger, and sometimes dried fruits such as raisins. Wealthier kitchens added saffron or expensive spices to announce that this particular collection of leftovers had become something respectable. Everything was stirred together until it formed a thick paste. A surprisingly enthusiastic paste. The mixture was then packed into cleaned intestines or baked inside pastry before being slowly cooked over the fire. The finished pudding was incredibly rich. Imagine spreading butter onto a slice of bread. Now imagine the butter itself deciding it could use a little more butter. That comes surprisingly close. The texture divided opinions. Some described it as smooth and luxurious, while others found it heavy enough to make a short afternoon nap feel less like a choice and more like medical advice. Of course, medieval people valued richness. Hard physical labour demanded enormous amounts of energy, and foods packed with fat were highly prized, especially during winter. A single serving of marrow pudding could provide calories that a farm labourer would quickly burn before sunset. Modern office workers, on the other hand, might burn those calories sometime around Thursday. Physicians also viewed marrow favourably. According to medieval medicine, it nourished the body, restored strength, and helped those recovering from illness. Fat was not something to avoid. It was something to celebrate. This practical attitude reflected a larger reality of medieval life. Food shortages were common, livestock required tremendous effort to raise, and wasting edible ingredients bordered on foolishness. Bones flavoured soups, skins became leather, fat produced candles and cooking grease, and marrow became another satisfying meal. Very little went unused. To modernise, the recipe may seem unusual, but the underlying logic was remarkably sensible. Medieval families transformed what others might discard into valuable nourishment. The only questionable decision was calling it pudding. Centuries later, that single word continues to lure unsuspecting readers into imagining something sweet before introducing them to a warm bowl of seasoned bone fat. Still, compared with the recipe waiting in the next chapter, marrow pudding almost sounds comforting. because medieval cheese was about to prove that smell and reputation were often very different things. After a hearty serving of marrow pudding, you might hope the next course would be something simple, perhaps a little cheese, a perfectly reasonable request. Until you discover that medieval cheese often seemed to regard freshness as a personal insult. Cheese was one of the most important foods in medieval Europe. It transformed milk, which spoiled within days, into something that could feed a household for weeks or even months. Farmers made it from cow's milk, sheep's milk, or goat's milk, depending on the region. Every village had its own methods, every monastery had its own recipes, and every cheesemaker believed everyone else was doing it incorrectly. Some debates never change. Fresh cheeses certainly existed, but the varieties that impressed people were often the oldest and strongest. Wheels of cheese sat in cool cellars, slowly drying, aging, and developing increasingly powerful aromas. A well-aged cheese was considered a mark of patience and skill. To modern noses, it could also be considered a remarkably effective way to clear a room. The smell came from perfectly natural bacteria and moulds breaking down fats and proteins inside the cheese. Medieval people didn't understand the science, but they knew one thing. The stronger the smell, the more interesting the cheese. Some cheeses became so hard with age that cooks grated them into soups and potages. Others remained soft, but developed flavours that ranged from pleasantly nutty to aggressively unforgettable. A traveller entering a medieval pantry might have wondered whether someone had forgotten to remove something several weeks earlier. The answer was no. That was tonight's appetizer. Cheese rarely appeared alone. It was commonly served with coarse bread, onions, apples, pears, walnuts, or honey. Wealthier households paired it with wine, while monasteries often enjoyed cheese during periods when meat was restricted by the church. For peasants, cheese was an everyday necessity. For nobles, the finest aged cheeses became symbols of refinement. Interestingly, medieval physicians had mixed opinions about cheese. Some praised young, fresh cheese as nourishing and easy to digest. Others warned that heavily aged cheese could slow digestion, create excessive phlegm, or upset the body's balance of humours. Considering some of the stronger varieties, one suspects the physicians had conducted extensive personal research. Cheese also played an important role for travellers. It kept well, required no cooking, and packed a great deal of nutrition into a relatively small package. A merchant crossing Europe or a pilgrim walking to a distant shrine could carry cheese far more easily than fresh meat. The only challenge came when sharing accommodations. Your fellow travellers always knew exactly who had packed the cheese. Despite its intimidating aroma, medieval cheese was genuinely delicious to those accustomed to it. Taste changes across cultures and centuries. Foods that seem overwhelming to one generation become treasured delicacies to another. After all, someone once looked at a wheel of aging milk, noticed it had developed a smell capable of alarming nearby livestock, and confidently declared, "It's finally ready." And somehow they were probably right. Still, our final medieval recipe is perhaps the most deceptive of them all. A broth that promised health, delivered bitterness, and somehow convinced generations of people that medicine and dinner should arrive in the very same bowl. By the late Middle Ages, people firmly believed that food and medicine belonged together, sometimes a little too closely. If you visited a medieval household feeling under the weather, there was a good chance someone would hand you a steaming bowl of herb broth with complete confidence. They were trying to help. Your taste buds simply happened to become collateral damage. Unlike today's comforting chicken soup, medicinal herb broths were built around plants chosen not for flavour, but for their supposed healing powers. Medieval cooks and physicians reached for herbs like rue, wormwood, hyssop, horehound, sage, fennel, yarrow, and sometimes even tansy. Most of these herbs were intensely bitter, sharply aromatic, or both. The guiding principle was surprisingly straightforward. If it tasted pleasant, it probably wasn't powerful enough. Wormwood was especially famous. Today it is best known as one of the ingredients used to make absinthe, but medieval healers valued it for entirely different reasons. They believed it strengthened the stomach, expelled parasites, improved digestion, and generally persuaded the body to behave itself. It also tasted as though someone had boiled an entire garden after it had developed a bad attitude. Rue was another favourite. Physicians prescribed it for headaches, infections, poor eyesight, and even protection against plague. Modern science has shown that large quantities of rue can actually be toxic. Medieval doctors understandably missed that chapter. The broth itself usually began with a base of meat stock if the household could afford it, or simply water thickened with onions and stale bread. Into this went handfuls of medicinal herbs, followed by garlic, leeks, parsley, and occasionally vinegar to balance the mixture. Balance in this case meant ensuring that no single unpleasant flavour dominated the others. They shared the responsibility equally. The result was deeply bitter, earthy, and powerfully fragrant. Honey occasionally softened the harsher edges, but only if the family could spare such an expensive luxury. Most people simply accepted the bitterness as proof the medicine was working. After all, nobody ever looked excited while swallowing something effective. Medieval medicine rested upon the theory of the four humours. Physicians believed illness resulted from imbalances within the body, and every herb possessed warming, cooling, drying, or moistening qualities capable of restoring harmony. Whether the patient enjoyed dinner was considered a secondary concern. Monasteries became masters of medicinal gardening, cultivating dozens of herbs in carefully organised plots. Monks copied ancient medical texts, experimented with remedies, and prepared countless broths for sick travellers and fellow brothers. Some undoubtedly saved lives. Some probably inspired miraculous recoveries simply because patients became determined never to drink another bowl. Ironically, several herbs used in these broths really do contain useful medicinal compounds. Sage has antibacterial properties, fennel aids digestion, and garlic can help fight certain infections. The medieval physicians were not entirely wrong. They simply lacked the modern ability to separate effective medicine from ingredients that made every spoonful feel like a personal challenge. Still, after enduring 14 remarkable recipes, our medieval feast has reached its final table, and fittingly, the last course will gather everything we've learned into one unforgettable banquet, one where the greatest achievement may simply be leaving the table still hungry enough to appreciate modern cooking. And so, after 14 unforgettable recipes, you finally reach the grand banquet. Congratulations. Your reward is that they're serving all of them. Picture yourself entering the great hall of a wealthy lord sometime during the 14th century. Long oak tables stretch from one end of the room to the other, beneath flickering candles and smoking torches. Minstrels play cheerful melodies while servants hurry between benches carrying enormous platters. The room smells of roasted meat, wood smoke, wine, spices, and one or two things you're not entirely sure should have a smell at all. The first dish arrives, lamprey pie, its golden crust hiding the famous jawless fish swimming in a rich sauce of wine, blood, and spices. Before you have quite processed what you're eating, another servant places salted herring beside your trencher, followed immediately by slices of blood sausage, a bowl of garlic pottage, and thick wedges of powerfully aged cheese. Medieval hospitality believed in generosity. Your digestive system quietly files a formal complaint. Soon afterward comes stockfish that required 3 days of soaking just to become technically edible. Cabbage that has spent so many hours boiling it has forgotten its original shape. Vinegar-soaked carp, marrow pudding, and enough mustard to temporarily disconnect your sense of smell from the rest of your body. Someone then politely asks whether you would like more. You suddenly understand why medieval banquets often lasted for hours. Recovery time was built into the schedule. Yet here's the remarkable thing. To the people sitting around you, this was not a bizarre collection of unpleasant foods. This was luxury. Every expensive spice represented trade routes stretching thousands of miles. Every preserved fish reflected remarkable knowledge of food storage. Every carefully aged cheese demonstrated patience and craftsmanship. Every rich pie announced prosperity in a world where famine always lingered somewhere beyond the next harvest. Even the simplest cabbage stew represented security. It meant the family had enough food to survive another winter. The medieval table was never simply about taste. It was about displaying wealth, respecting religious traditions, avoiding waste, preserving food through difficult seasons, and making the absolute most of every ingredient available. Modern diners chase freshness. Medieval diners chased survival. When you view these recipes through that lens, they become far less strange. In fact, many still exist today in gentler forms. Blood sausage remains popular across Europe. Bone marrow appears in fine restaurants. Garlic soup is still beloved in Spain and France. Aged cheeses command astonishing prices. Even mustard continues to accompany countless meals, although most manufacturers now show considerably more mercy. Perhaps the greatest lesson from tonight's feast is that taste is never fixed. What one century calls delicious, another calls unforgettable for entirely different reasons. So the next time dinner isn't quite what you hoped for, remember the medieval noble proudly cutting into a lamprey pie before chasing it with vinegar fish, garlic soup, blood sausage, and cheese fragrant enough to intimidate nearby livestock. Suddenly, that slightly overcooked pasta doesn't seem so bad after all. Before there was a Netherlands, before Amsterdam's canals, before windmills posed heroically against the sky, and long before anyone argued about cheese with national pride, this land was something far wilder. It was a low, wet frontier of rivers, marshes, forests, dunes, and restless sea. The Rhine, Maas, and Scheldt did not simply pass through the landscape. They shaped it, broke it apart, fed it, flooded it, and occasionally reminded everyone living there that dry land was more of a suggestion than a promise. Villages rose on higher ground, on riverbanks, on sandy ridges, and on artificial mounds where people tried to stay above the water, like sensible creatures, avoiding a very patient enemy. The people who lived here were not Dutch in the modern sense. There was no single kingdom, no national flag, no neat border drawn by officials with serious faces and clean sandals. Instead, there were many communities, each tied to its own land, leaders, cattle, ancestors, and river routes. Some were Germanic-speaking tribes. Others lived close enough to Celtic worlds and Roman influence that identity became less like a label and more like a muddy cloak. Useful, flexible, and probably in need of washing. Among the best known were the Batavi, who lived in the river delta and would later become famous as fierce fighters under Roman command. Near the coast were the Cananephates, neighbours of the Batavi, watching the sea and the empire with equal suspicion. Farther north lived the Frisi, people of the windswept coastal lands, where farming required courage, patience, and perhaps a mild personal grudge against the weather. There were also groups like the Tubantes, Chamavi, Chauci, and others whose names survive mostly because Roman writers had a habit of writing down the names of people they were either trading with, recruiting, taxing, or planning to fight. A charming system, really. Life here was shaped by water and survival. Cattle mattered, trade mattered, kinship mattered, reputation mattered. A person's world was not a country, but a web of family, village, tribe and landscape. The marsh, the river, the forest path, and the coast were not background scenery. They were the walls of the world. Then Rome arrived at the southern edge of this wet northern land, bringing roads, forts, coins, soldiers, taxes, and paperwork, because conquest is never complete until someone starts keeping records. As the Roman Empire pushed northward during the 1st century before Christ, one tribe quickly caught its attention. These were the Batavi, a relatively small people living on an island formed by branches of the Rhine River, in what is now the central Netherlands. Surrounded by waterways and fertile floodplains, the Batavi occupied one of the most strategically valuable pieces of land in northwestern Europe. According to the Roman historian Tacitus, the Batavi were originally related to the Chatti, a powerful Germanic tribe farther east. At some point, whether through migration or political disagreement, they settled in the Rhine Delta. Their new homeland proved ideal. Rich grazing land supported large herds of cattle and horses, while the maze of rivers created natural defences against outsiders. If an invading army wanted to reach them, it first had to figure out which patch of water was actually a river and which one was simply yesterday's flooded meadow. Rather than resisting Rome immediately, the Batavi entered into an unusual alliance. Unlike many conquered peoples, they paid little or no regular tribute. Instead, they supplied something the Romans valued even more: soldiers. Batavian warriors soon earned an extraordinary reputation across the empire. They served as elite auxiliary troops, fighting everywhere from Britain to the Danube frontier. Roman commanders admired their discipline, courage, and remarkable ability to swim across rivers while carrying weapons and shields. Ancient writers even claimed they could cross swift currents alongside their horses without breaking formation. Modern military instructors might call this exceptional training. The Romans probably called it extremely useful. Their cavalry became some of the finest in the Roman army, and Batavian bodyguards were trusted to protect emperors themselves. For a tribe living on the empire's northern frontier, this was a remarkable position. Young Batavian men could travel thousands of miles, seeing deserts, mountains, and cities larger than anything they had imagined, before eventually returning home with Roman pay, foreign goods, and stories that undoubtedly became more impressive with every telling. Yet this close partnership came at a cost. Roman governors demanded more recruits, officers sometimes abused their authority, and imperial politics increasingly interfered with Batavian traditions. What had begun as a mutually beneficial alliance slowly became a relationship of growing tension. The Batavi remained among Rome's most valued allies for decades, but loyalty has limits. Before long, one charismatic leader would transform Rome's greatest northern partner into one of its most dangerous enemies, proving that even the strongest alliances can fracture when respect disappears. For years, the Batavi had been among Rome's most dependable allies. Their young men filled the ranks of elite auxiliary units, their leaders cooperated with imperial governors, and their homeland served as a stable frontier between civilization, as the Romans liked to call it, and everyone else, who naturally disagreed. But by the late 1st century after Christ, that carefully balanced relationship was beginning to crack. The breaking point came during one of the Roman Empire's most chaotic periods, the year of the 4 emperors. In the year 69 after Christ, Emperor Nero was dead, and 4 different men claimed the imperial throne in quick succession. Legions across the empire were choosing sides, generals were declaring themselves emperor, and Roman politics briefly resembled an extremely expensive bar fight. Amid this confusion stood a Batavian noble named Julius Civilis. Civilis was no ordinary tribal leader. He had served in the Roman military, spoke their language, understood their tactics, and even carried a Roman name. evidence of his family's privileged relationship with the empire. Yet despite years of loyal service, Roman officials had arrested him on suspicion of treason. Although he was eventually released, the humiliation left deep scars. At the same time, Roman commanders were demanding ever more Batavian recruits, often using intimidation and harsh methods to fill their ranks. Civilis saw an opportunity. Using Rome's civil war as cover, he convinced many Batavi that the moment had come to reclaim their independence. At first, he claimed he was supporting one Roman claimant against another, allowing him to gather forces without immediately provoking the full weight of the empire. Soon, however, the revolt became unmistakably anti-Roman. The Batavi attacked forts along the Rhine frontier, and neighbouring tribes, including the Canonifates and several Germanic peoples from across the river, joined the uprising. Roman garrisons found themselves surrounded, isolated, and cut off from reinforcements. Entire forts surrendered after long sieges, while others were burned. Even experienced Roman legions struggled in the flooded riverlands, where local knowledge often mattered more than strict military discipline. For a brief moment, it looked as though Rome might lose control of its entire northern frontier, yet once the empire finally settled its own political crisis, it could devote its enormous resources to crushing the rebellion. Fresh legions marched north under the experienced general Quintus Petilius Cerialis. After months of hard fighting, negotiations replaced open warfare. The revolt ended without the total destruction of the Batavi, but their special status within the empire never fully returned. The Batavi had reminded Rome that even its most loyal allies could become formidable enemies when trust was broken. While the Batavi became famous through their relationship with Rome, another people farther north built their reputation by surviving an entirely different opponent. Their greatest enemy was not an empire, but the sea itself. The Frisi occupied the coastal regions stretching across what is now the northern Netherlands and into northwestern Germany. It was a beautiful landscape, but only if you admired places where the tide occasionally attempted to repossess your home. The North Sea was unpredictable, storms were frequent, and much of the land lay barely above sea level. Yet the Frisi refused to leave. Instead, they adapted with remarkable ingenuity. Long before medieval Dutch engineers became renowned for reclaiming land from the sea, the Frisi had already developed their own solution. They built artificial dwelling mounds known today as turpen, or weerden in some regions. These raised hills, constructed layer upon layer from clay, sand, sod, and household waste, lifted entire villages above the reach of ordinary floods. From a distance, these settlements looked like small islands rising from the flat marshlands. During severe storms, when seawater covered the surrounding fields, the villages remained dry, while livestock and families waited patiently for the waters to retreat. It was an early lesson that in this corner of Europe, surviving nature often required more engineering than heroics. The Frisi relied heavily on cattle. Their herds grazed on salt-rich coastal meadows that produced healthy animals prized for their strength. Cattle represented wealth, food, trade, and social status all at once. Horses were also highly valued, and Frisian horses gained a reputation throughout the Roman world for their endurance. Fishing, hunting waterfowl, collecting shellfish, and trading along the coast completed their economy. Small boats travelled rivers and tidal channels, connecting distant communities that often seemed isolated on land. Amber from the Baltic, furs from the north, Roman goods from the south, and locally produced livestock all moved through these waterways. Like the Batavi, the Frisi eventually came into contact with Rome. At first, relations were relatively peaceful. Roman officials preferred alliances to costly wars whenever possible, and the Frisi agreed to acknowledge Roman authority while maintaining much of their local independence. that arrangement lasted only as long as both sides respected its limits. When Roman tax collectors began demanding tribute that exceeded earlier agreements, particularly requiring large ox hides of impossible size, tensions quickly escalated. What seemed to Roman administrators like a simple increase in taxation felt to the Frisi like exploitation. Before long, the peaceful relationship collapsed, proving once again that even on Rome's distant frontiers, greed could accomplish what armies sometimes could not. Southwest of the Batavi, along the wind-swept coastline of what is now South Holland, lived another tribe whose story is often overshadowed by their more famous neighbours. These were the Cananophates, a relatively small people whose homeland stretched across sandy dunes, tidal estuaries, and fertile river mouths. Though less frequently mentioned by Roman historians, they played an important role in one of the greatest uprisings Rome ever faced in northern Europe. Like many tribes in the region, the Cananophates probably shared close cultural ties with the Batavi. Roman writers even suggested they had similar origins, speaking related Germanic dialects and following many of the same customs. Their villages were modest collections of wooden houses with thatched roofs, surrounded by grazing animals, small fields of barley and wheat, and carefully maintained paths that linked one settlement to another across the marshy countryside. Life along the coast demanded flexibility. The sea offered fish, seals, shellfish, and trade opportunities, but storms could erase years of hard work overnight. Families learned to build where the land was highest and to read the tides almost as carefully as they read the seasons. Children likely grew up knowing how to handle small boats long before they were considered adults. Trade connected the Cananophates to distant worlds. Roman merchants sailed along the coast carrying pottery, wine, glassware, bronze tools, and fine jewellery. In return, local tribes supplied cattle, horses, leather, wool, and slaves captured during conflicts farther inland. Roman coins circulated through the settlements, though barter remained common. A sturdy cow was often worth more than a purse full of unfamiliar silver. The Cananophates also developed a close military relationship with Rome. Like the Batavi, many of their young men enlisted in auxiliary units, serving on distant frontiers throughout the empire. Military service brought steady income and valuable experience, but it also exposed tribal warriors to Roman discipline, politics, and ambition. When Julius Civilis launched the Batavian Revolt in the year 69 after Christ, the Cananophates became some of his earliest allies. Under their own leader Brino, they attacked Roman forts near the coast with remarkable speed. Local garrisons, believing the frontier secure, were caught completely by surprise. Several forts fell before Roman commanders fully understood how widespread the rebellion had become. Although Rome eventually restored control, the revolt revealed something important. The tribes of the Rhine Delta were not isolated villages acting alone. When circumstances demanded it, they could cooperate across tribal boundaries, forming alliances strong enough to challenge even the greatest empire of their age. Their unity would not last forever, but for one extraordinary moment, the marshes and coastlands spoke with a single voice. History has a habit of remembering the loudest voices. The Batavi rebelled against Rome, the Frisi challenged imperial taxes, and so their names appear again and again in ancient texts. But they were far from alone. Across the forests, heathlands, and river valleys of what is now the Netherlands lived many other tribes whose stories survive only in scattered references, leaving archaeologists to piece together lives that Roman historians barely noticed. One of these peoples were the Chauci. They occupied the northern coastal regions stretching toward present-day Germany, where the North Sea shaped daily life as surely as it did for the Frisi. Roman writers described them with an unusual degree of respect. Tacitus praised the Chauci as a people who valued justice over conquest, suggesting they were less inclined to wage aggressive wars than many of their neighbours. Whether this reflected reality or simply Roman admiration is impossible to know, but the Chauci developed a reputation for stability and discipline. That did not mean they were weak. When circumstances demanded it, Chauci warriors launched daring raids across the North Sea. Roman records describe them sailing long distances in sturdy wooden vessels, attacking coastal settlements in what are now Germany, Gaul, and even Britain. These expeditions were not unlike those of the Vikings centuries later, although on a smaller scale. The sea that connected them to trade could just as easily carry them toward opportunity of a more enthusiastic variety. Farther inland lived the Tubantes. Their homeland lay in the eastern regions of today's Netherlands, where forests gradually replaced wetlands and sandy soils supported scattered farming communities. Roman inscriptions tell us that Tubantes also served in the imperial army. Auxiliary soldiers from the tribe have been identified as far away as Britain, guarding Hadrian's Wall and other distant frontiers. Imagine leaving your woodland village only to find yourself standing watch in northern Britain, wondering whether the weather had always intended to be this unfriendly. Nearby were the Chamavi, Bructeri, and several smaller communities whose territories shifted over time. Tribal boundaries were rarely fixed. Alliances changed, families migrated, villages expanded or disappeared, and powerful leaders could unite several groups before everything fragmented again after their deaths. What united these tribes was not a common government, but a shared way of life. They farmed modest fields, raised livestock, hunted in dense forests, traded along rivers, and gathered in assemblies where free men debated important decisions. Leadership depended less on inherited crowns than on personal reputation, generosity, and success in both diplomacy and war. Together, these often overlooked peoples formed a rich mosaic of cultures. They may not have left behind great stone monuments or written chronicles, but they shaped the character of the Low Countries long before medieval counts and kings ever claimed the land as their own. Long before church bells echoed across the Low Countries, the tribes of the Netherlands looked elsewhere for signs of the divine. They found them in towering oak trees, quiet springs, mist-covered marshes, and rivers whose currents seemed to possess a will of their own. To the Batavi, Frisi, Canaanophates, and their neighbours, the natural world was not merely a place to live. It was alive with unseen powers. Unlike the Romans, they left behind no grand temples of marble or towering statues of their gods. Their sacred places were often open-air sanctuaries hidden within forests or situated near rivers and wetlands. Archaeologists have uncovered weapons, jewellery, pottery, animal bones, and coins deliberately placed into bogs and waterways. These were not accidents. They were offerings, gifts intended for deities or spirits believed to inhabit these places. Water held particular importance. Rivers connected villages and trade routes, but they also marked boundaries between worlds. Throwing valuable objects into deep pools or marshes may seem wasteful today, but to these tribes it represented an act of devotion. A finely crafted sword or decorated spear offered to the gods was not being discarded. It was being entrusted to powers beyond human reach. Many of their gods remain mysterious because the tribes themselves left no written records. What we know comes largely from Roman inscriptions and later archaeological discoveries. The Batavi, for example, worshipped a goddess known as Nehelenia, particularly along the coast. Merchants and sailors prayed to her before dangerous voyages across the North Sea. Stone altars dedicated by Roman traders depict her seated with a basket of fruit, a faithful dog beside her, and symbols of prosperity and safe travel. Other deities reflected the blending of cultures that developed under Roman influence. Local gods were sometimes identified with Roman ones, creating hybrid forms of worship. A tribal war god might become associated with Mars, while a local sky deity could be linked to Jupiter. Rather than replacing native beliefs entirely, Roman religion often absorbed them, creating a spiritual landscape that reflected both worlds. Religion also strengthened communities. Seasonal festivals marked the harvest, the return of spring, and important moments in the farming calendar. Families gathered to share meals, make sacrifices, settle disputes, and honour their ancestors. Oral tradition preserved stories of heroes, spirits, and legendary founders, though most of these tales disappeared long before they could be written down. As Roman influence slowly faded in the centuries that followed, new beliefs would arrive from the south. Christianity would eventually transform the region, replacing sacred groves with churches and missionaries. Yet beneath many medieval villages, archaeologists still uncover traces of those much older traditions, reminders that before crosses stood on the horizon, the forests, rivers, and marshes themselves had been the first temples of the people who called this land home. By the 3rd and 4th centuries after Christ, the tribal world of the Low Countries was beginning to change, not because every village was conquered in a single dramatic campaign, but because generations of migration, trade, warfare, and diplomacy slowly reshaped the people themselves. The names that had once dominated the Roman frontier, Batavi, Canaanophates, and many others, gradually began to disappear from history. The Roman Empire was changing as well. For centuries, Rome had maintained forts, roads, and soldiers along the Rhine frontier. These defences had protected the empire from invasions, while also encouraging trade and cooperation with the local tribes. But maintaining such an enormous border became increasingly difficult. Civil wars, economic troubles, and repeated invasions stretched Roman resources thin. Garrisons were reduced, frontier towns declined, and imperial authority became less certain with each passing generation. As Rome weakened, new tribal confederations emerged. One of the most important was the Franks. The Franks were not originally a single tribe. Instead, they formed a loose alliance of several Germanic peoples living east of the Rhine. Over time, groups such as the Chamavi, Bructeri, Salii, and others joined together under this broader identity. It proved stronger than the older tribal divisions, allowing them to organise larger armies and establish more durable leadership. Many communities in what is now the southern Netherlands gradually became part of this Frankish world. This was not always the result of conquest. Families intermarried, villages merged, leaders forged alliances. Old tribal identities slowly faded as newer political loyalties took their place. The Batavi offer one of the clearest examples. After the Batavian Revolt, they continued to exist for several generations, but by the late Roman period, their distinct identity had largely disappeared. Their descendants almost certainly remained in the region, farming the same fields and living beside the same rivers, but they increasingly identified as Franks rather than Batavi. History had not erased the people, it had simply given them a new name. Farther north, however, the Frisi maintained a stronger identity. Their coastal communities remained relatively independent of Frankish control for much longer, preserving their language and customs well into the early Middle Ages. In fact, the modern province of Friesland still carries their name nearly 2,000 years later, making them one of the few ancient tribes of the Low Countries whose identity never entirely vanished. By the time the Western Roman Empire collapsed in the 5th century, the old tribal landscape had been transformed. The age of isolated river tribes was ending, and the foundations of medieval Europe were beginning to take shape. Soon, kings would replace tribal chiefs. Kingdoms would replace confederations, and the story of the Netherlands would enter an entirely new chapter. Today, when people think of the Netherlands, they picture canals, bicycles, tulip fields, and cities that seem to have negotiated a peaceful coexistence with water. Few realise that beneath those modern streets lies the legacy of dozens of tribes who shaped this landscape long before the first medieval county or kingdom ever appeared. Their names may not be spoken every day, but they have never truly disappeared. Archaeologists continue to uncover their villages beneath layers of clay and peat. Excavations reveal the outlines of wooden farmhouses, storage pits filled with grain, animal pens, weaving tools, pottery, and the remains of carefully constructed turpin that allowed entire communities to survive centuries of flooding. Every discovery adds another piece to a history that was never written by the tribes themselves, but preserved in the ground beneath their feet. Roman forts along the old Rhine frontier tell another part of the story. Places that once separated the empire from the tribal north have become windows into a world where merchants, soldiers, interpreters, and local families met every day. It was never simply Romans on one side and tribes on the other. The frontier was a place where cultures blended, languages mixed, and identities constantly evolved. Many place names still carry echoes of this ancient past. The province of Friesland proudly preserves the name of the Frisi. Rivers that once guided Batavian traders and Roman patrol boats continue to flow across the country. Some modern roads even follow routes first established nearly 2,000 years ago, reminding us that history often survives in the landscape, long after people forget why a road bends where it does. Winter had tightened its grip on Scandinavia. The fields lay frozen beneath a blanket of snow. Daylight lasted only a handful of precious hours, and icy winds swept across the fjords with little regard for anyone foolish enough to be outside. Yet inside every Viking farmstead there was movement. Smoke curled steadily from the roofs of longhouses. People hurried between barns and storehouses, and preparations filled every waking hour. The greatest celebration of the year was approaching. This was Yule. Long before Christmas reached the north, Yule marked the turning point of winter. It was held around the winter solstice, when the nights were longest and the return of the sun seemed uncertain. To the Vikings, surviving until this moment was an achievement in itself. Food stores had already been shrinking for weeks. Storms could isolate entire communities, and every family knew that the harshest part of winter still lay ahead. A successful Yule was both a celebration and a declaration that they had endured. Preparation began well before the feast itself. Livestock that could not be fed through the winter were slaughtered. This was practical as much as ceremonial. There simply was not enough hay to keep every animal alive until spring, so families selected which cattle, sheep, goats, and pigs would provide meat for the months ahead. Smokehouses worked constantly, preserving cuts of meat that would last long after the festival ended. One animal received special attention: the pig. Roasted pork became closely associated with Yule because of the god Freyr, whose sacred boar, Gullinbursti, symbolized fertility, prosperity, and the hope of another successful harvest when spring eventually returned. A magnificent boar placed at the centre of the feast represented far more than a good meal. It was a wish for abundance in the coming year. Ale brewing was equally important. Weeks before the celebration, enormous wooden vats were filled with malted barley, water, and yeast. Every household was expected to produce enough ale not only for family members but for guests as well. In fact, medieval Icelandic law later preserved older traditions by requiring farmers to brew ale for Yule. Failing to do so was considered both shameful and disrespectful to the gods. Running out of ale during the festival was perhaps even worse. It suggested either poor planning or an alarming lack of optimism. Meanwhile, women baked dense barley bread, churned butter, prepared dried fish, gathered preserved berries, and organised the household. Men chopped great stacks of firewood and repaired benches inside the longhouse. Everything had to be ready before the guests arrived. Because when Yule finally began, the work of surviving winter would pause for a few remarkable days, and the hall would be filled not with silence, but with warmth, laughter, food, and the promise that even the darkest night would eventually give way to the returning sun. By the time the shortest day of the year arrived, the preparations were complete. Across the snowy countryside, smoke rose from dozens of longhouses as families welcomed relatives, neighbours, and honoured guests. Travel during a Scandinavian winter was never easy. Frozen rivers became roads, snow covered familiar paths, and daylight disappeared long before supper. Yet people still made the journey, because missing Yule meant missing the most important gathering of the year. As the first guests reached the farm, hospitality took over. In Viking society, welcoming visitors was more than good manners. It was a sacred obligation. A traveller could arrive exhausted, cold, and hungry after crossing miles of frozen landscape. Offering food, warmth, and shelter was expected of any respectable household. After all, the stranger knocking on your door today might be the person saving your life during next year's trading voyage. Or, according to Norse belief, he might even be Odin himself, wandering the world in disguise to judge the generosity of mankind. It was considered wise not to gamble on the difference. Boots were stamped free of snow before entering the longhouse. Thick wool cloaks were hung near the entrance to dry, while the warmth of the great central hearth slowly chased away the winter cold. The fire burned almost constantly throughout the festival, filling the hall with the comforting scent of oak, pine, and roasting meat. Inside, every seat mattered. The longhouse was carefully arranged according to status and kinship. The chieftain, or head of the household, occupied the high seat, an honoured place often decorated with finely carved wooden pillars. His closest family sat nearby, followed by respected warriors, important guests, successful farmers, skilled craftsmen, and trusted allies. Even where you sat reflected your place within the community. It was rather like a family dinner, where someone had spent weeks calculating exactly where every cousin belonged. As more people arrived, the hall became wonderfully noisy. Children chased one another between the benches, until adults reminded them that hot cauldrons and excited dogs made poor playmates. Hunting hounds wandered hopefully beneath the tables, convinced that persistence was a legitimate dining strategy. Conversations filled the air as news travelled from one valley to another. Traders spoke of distant markets. Sailors described rough seas. Farmers compared harvests and winter stores. Then the servants and household members began carrying in the food. Great wooden platters appeared one after another, piled high with roasted pork, beef, smoked lamb, fish, fresh bread, butter, and steaming vegetables. Large drinking horns were filled with freshly brewed ale, ready for the first ceremonial toast. The feast had begun, but eating was only part of the evening. Before long, every cup raised around the fire would carry a meaning far greater than simply quenching one's thirst. With everyone finally gathered inside the warmth of the longhouse, attention turned toward the food. This was no ordinary evening meal. A Viking Yule feast represented the richest table most families would see all year, the result of months of careful planning, preserving, and a little optimism that winter would not outlast the pantry. At the centre of the feast stood roasted pork. The pig held a special place during Yule because of its connection to the god Freyr, whose golden bristled boar, Gullinbursti, symbolised prosperity, fertility, and peace. In some traditions, important oaths for the coming year were sworn with a hand resting upon a sacred boar before it was sacrificed and shared among the guests. Promises made during Yule were believed to carry particular weight. Breaking one later was not merely embarrassing, it risked damaging both your honour and your reputation. In Viking society, those two things were often more valuable than silver, but the feast offered far more than pork. Large joints of roasted beef and mutton filled wooden platters alongside smoked lamb that had been preserved during the autumn. Coastal communities added smoked herring, cod, salmon and dried stockfish, while inland farms relied more heavily on meat from cattle, sheep and goats. Nothing useful was wasted. Marrow was prized, fat was treasured, and bones often found their way into rich broths once the celebration ended. Bread accompanied nearly every dish. Unlike the soft wheat loaves many people enjoy today, Viking bread was usually made from barley, rye, or oats. Dense and hearty, it filled hungry stomachs during long winters. Butter, soft cheeses and thick curds provided valuable calories that were desperately needed during the cold months. Vegetables were simple but nourishing. Turnips, carrots, onions, cabbage, peas, beans and leeks had all been stored from the harvest. Apples, hazelnuts, walnuts where available, and dried berries added welcome sweetness to the meal. Honey remained a luxury, but whenever it appeared, nobody complained. Seasoning was surprisingly sophisticated. Salt preserved meat, while herbs such as dill, thyme, angelica, mustard seed and wild garlic added flavour. Imported spices existed but were rare and expensive, reaching Scandinavia only through long-distance trade. Most families relied on ingredients they could grow or gather themselves, rather than pepper-shipped halfway across Europe. The meal was served on wooden trenchers and eaten with knives that guests often carried themselves. Spoons made from wood or horn were common, while forks had yet to make their grand entrance into northern dining. Fingers performed much of the work quite effectively, proving once again that complicated cutlery is not strictly necessary when confronted with an excellent roast. As satisfying as the food was, however, everyone knew the evening's true centrepiece had not yet arrived. Soon the drinking horns would be lifted, and each toast would bind together family, friendship, memory, and faith in a way that no feast alone ever could. As the first hunger faded, and the platters began making their second journey around the hall, the atmosphere changed. The meal was no longer simply about eating. Now came the part of Yule that carried deep meaning for every person seated around the fire. The drinking horns were filled. Ale flowed generously throughout the feast, brewed weeks in advance from malted barley and flavoured with herbs that varied from region to region. Unlike modern beer, Viking ale was often cloudy, only lightly filtered, and could range from fairly mild to surprisingly potent depending on the brewer's skill. Every farm had its own recipe, and every brewer quietly believed theirs was the finest in Scandinavia. The first toast was never random. According to later Norse sources, particularly the Heimskringla, the opening horn was commonly dedicated to Odin, the All-Father, asking for wisdom and victory. Warriors raised their cups hoping for success in future battles, while leaders prayed for good judgment. Although many of those present were farmers rather than fighters, Odin represented far more than war. He was also the seeker of knowledge, the patron of poetry, and the god who had sacrificed greatly to gain wisdom. The second toast usually honoured Njord and Freyr. These gods were associated with peace, fertility, prosperous harvests, calm seas, and wealth. Their blessings mattered to everyone. Farmers wanted healthy crops, fishermen wanted generous catches, merchants hoped for profitable voyages, families simply wished to survive another difficult winter. The return of spring depended, in their minds, as much on divine favour as on the turning of the seasons. The third toast often belonged to absent loved ones. Known in later traditions as the Mini, or Remembrance Toast, this was a moment to honour ancestors and those who had died. Names were spoken aloud, so they would not be forgotten. Stories were shared about fathers, mothers, brothers, wives, companions, and fallen warriors. Laughter often accompanied these memories as much as sadness. A person truly disappeared only when nobody remained to tell their story. As the evening continued, the formal toasts gradually gave way to more relaxed drinking. Drinking contests naturally emerged. Friends challenged one another to empty horns without pause, while experienced drinkers confidently accepted wagers that seemed increasingly brilliant after the fifth refill. Fortunately, Viking longhouses were built close to the ground, making dramatic falls from chairs somewhat less hazardous than they might sound. Yet despite the generous flow of ale, Yule was not simply an excuse for excess. Every toast reinforced loyalty, friendship, family bonds, and shared belief. Raising a horn was an act of community as much as celebration. And once the drinking horns began circulating freely, another cherished tradition soon followed. As the fire crackled in the centre of the hall, voices slowly quieted, because it was finally time for the storytellers to speak. As the last echoes of the ceremonial toasts faded into the rafters, the longhouse settled into a comfortable rhythm. The fire crackled steadily, casting dancing shadows across carved wooden pillars, polished shields, and faces made rosy by the heat and the ale. Outside, winter ruled the darkness. Inside, another kind of warmth had taken over. This was the time for stories. In Viking society, entertainment was far more than a pleasant distraction. It was how history survived. The Norse left behind very few written records during the Viking Age. Instead, their past was carried in memory. Every generation learned the deeds of ancestors, the adventures of famous kings, and the exploits of legendary heroes by listening. A good storyteller could transport an entire hall from a snowy Norwegian farm to the walls of Troy, the forests of Sweden, or even the halls of the gods themselves. The most respected performers were known as skalds. A skald was far more than someone who recited poems. He was historian, entertainer, political advisor, and living archive all at once. His verses praised brave warriors, honoured generous rulers, and preserved important events for future generations. A skilled skald carefully chose every word, weaving together complex poetry filled with rhythm, alliteration, and clever metaphors known as kennings. Understanding every layer of a skald's poem required both knowledge and attention, making it something of a medieval puzzle wrapped inside a compliment. Many performances celebrated Odin, Thor, Freya, or the great heroes of old. Listeners heard tales of Sigurd slaying the dragon Fafnir, of Thor battling giants with his mighty hammer, and of Odin sacrificing himself upon Yggdrasil to gain the wisdom of the runes. These stories entertained, but they also taught courage, loyalty, sacrifice, and the acceptance that every life, even that of the gods, moved toward its destined end. Music often accompanied the performances. Simple instruments filled the hall with sound. Lyres produced gentle melodies, while bone flutes, wooden pipes, and drums added rhythm to the evening. Archaeological discoveries show that these instruments were common across Scandinavia, though singing remained the heart of Viking music. Entire halls sometimes joined together in familiar songs, whose melodies had been passed from parent to child for generations. Between heroic tales came lighter moments. Guests exchanged jokes, exaggerated hunting stories, and playful insults that drew laughter from every bench. A fisherman who claimed his catch had been nearly as large as a whale might find himself politely reminded that everyone else had also seen the fish before it became legendary. For a few precious hours, the darkness outside no longer mattered. The stories themselves became a kind of light, carrying the voices of the past into another winter and ensuring that neither heroes nor ancestors would ever truly be forgotten. By now, the feast had settled into its happiest rhythm. The platters were lighter, the drinking horns had been refilled more times than anyone cared to count, and the stories had grown steadily more dramatic with each telling. Outside, the winter wind still howled across the snow-covered fields, but inside the longhouse, nobody was in any hurry to sleep. The evening was far from over. Yule was one of the few times in the year when hard work could briefly give way to celebration. Fields no longer demanded attention. Ships rested on shore, and most journeys had been postponed until spring. For several precious days, people allowed themselves something that daily survival rarely provided in abundance: leisure. Games quickly appeared. Some families brought beautifully carved board games, many resembling Hnefatafl, often called the Viking King's game. Unlike chess, the two sides were unequal. One player defended a king trying to escape to the edge of the board, while the other commanded a larger force attempting to capture him. Victory depended less on luck than careful planning, and experienced players could spend hours anticipating one another's moves. Watching a particularly intense match often became entertainment in itself. Spectators offered advice that had not been requested, confidently explaining what they would have done several moves earlier. Fortunately, it is much easier to win a board game after someone else has already lost it. Children entertained themselves with simpler games. They played wrestling matches, tossed carved wooden pieces, balanced on logs outside if the weather allowed, or challenged one another to feats of strength. These activities were more than childish fun. Viking boys and girls were expected to grow into capable adults, and play often mirrored the practical skills they would one day need. Adults enjoyed contests of their own. Friendly wrestling bouts tested balance and strength without serious violence. Arm wrestling, stone lifting, and throwing competitions encouraged good-natured rivalry between neighbours. A successful farmer could compete with an experienced sailor, while an aging warrior might discover that young enthusiasm occasionally outweighed old confidence. The audience rarely minded who won, provided someone lost in an entertaining fashion. Gift-giving also played an important role during Yule. Unlike modern celebrations filled with brightly wrapped packages, Viking gifts emphasized usefulness and loyalty. A finely forged knife, a warm wool cloak, an embroidered tunic, a drinking horn, or a well-crafted brooch represented both generosity and respect. Chieftains often rewarded loyal followers with valuable weapons, silver arm rings, or imported goods, strengthening bonds that might prove essential during the coming year. As the games gradually came to an end, and laughter settled into quieter conversation, the mood inside the longhouse shifted once more. The fire still burned brightly, the ale still flowed, but everyone understood that the most sacred part of Yule had arrived. The celebration was never only about food. It was also about maintaining the fragile relationship between people and the gods they believed governed the world. A successful harvest, healthy children, calm seas, victory in battle, and simply surviving another brutal winter were not taken for granted. They were blessings that required gratitude as well as hope. One of the oldest Yule traditions was the blot. A blot was a sacrificial ceremony performed to honour the gods and seek their favour. Depending on the wealth of the household or the importance of the occasion, the sacrifice might involve a pig, a goat, a horse, cattle, or other livestock. These were valuable animals, making the offering meaningful. Giving the gods something that cost you nothing would have been considered rather poor manners. The ceremony was usually led by the chieftain or another respected member of the community. The animal was sacrificed according to local custom, and its blood, believed to carry sacred power, was collected in large bowls. Evergreen twigs or specially prepared branches were dipped into the blood and used to sprinkle the altar, the walls of the hall, ceremonial objects, and sometimes even the people gathered inside. This act symbolized purification and divine blessing for the coming year. While modern audiences may find the ritual unsettling, for the Vikings it represented gratitude, not cruelty. Every part of the animal served a purpose. The sacrifice honoured the gods, while the meat became part of the communal feast. Nothing was wasted. Different gods received different prayers. Odin was asked for wisdom and victory. Thor was called upon to protect families and farms from danger, storms, and evil spirits. Freya received thanks for fertility, peaceful seasons, and abundant harvests. Njord was remembered by sailors and fishermen who depended upon calm seas and successful voyages. Even those who spent most of their lives inland understood that trade, wealth, and prosperity often arrived by ship. Ancestors were honoured alongside the gods. Many Vikings believed the dead remained connected to their families. During Yule, the boundary between the living and the unseen world seemed especially thin. Stories were shared, cups were raised in remembrance, and some households may have left portions of food or drink as symbolic offerings to those who had gone before them. As the final blessings were spoken, a feeling of quiet confidence settled over the hall. The community had shared its food, renewed its friendships, honoured its ancestors, and paid respect to the gods. Now only one thing remained: to greet the first light of the returning sun and welcome the promise of another year. Eventually, even the longest feast begins to quiet. The fire still glowed at the centre of the longhouse, but its roaring flames had settled into a bed of glowing embers. Empty drinking horns rested on the tables beside forgotten crumbs of bread and polished bones stripped clean during the night's celebration. A few determined storytellers were still talking, convinced they had one final tale worth hearing. Everyone else had found a place to sleep wherever space allowed. Yule was never just one evening. The celebration often lasted several days, sometimes even longer among wealthy chieftains. Guests remained together, sharing meals, repairing friendships, arranging marriages, settling disputes, and planning voyages for the spring. Winter had forced people indoors, but Yule reminded them they were part of something larger than a single household. When morning finally arrived, it came slowly. The pale winter sun crept above the horizon for only a few short hours. Yet that small change carried enormous meaning. The longest night had passed. The darkness had reached its limit, and from this point forward, each day would become just a little brighter. The Vikings understood that winter was far from over. Snow would continue to blanket the countryside for months. Storms would still batter the coast. Food would need to be rationed carefully until the first signs of spring appeared. But the return of the light gave people confidence that nature itself was keeping its ancient promise. Outside the longhouse, daily life gradually resumed. Farmers checked their livestock, ensuring the animals had survived the cold night. Woodcutters replenished the firewood stacked against the walls. Fishermen inspected frozen shorelines and boats resting safely on land, already thinking ahead to the warmer months when the sea would once again become their highway. Children, blessed with endless energy that ignored both weather and exhausted parents, hurried outside to play in the snow before being called back to help with chores. Visitors slowly prepared for their journeys home. Before leaving, they exchanged handshakes, embraces, and final promises to meet again when spring returned. Gifts received during the feast were carefully packed, while leftover food often travelled with departing guests. Hospitality did not end at the doorway. A traveller who left well-fed was more likely to remember the generosity of his host for years to come. Looking back today, It is remarkable how many Yule traditions survived the passing centuries. Feasting with family, decorating homes with evergreen branches, exchanging gifts, raising cups in celebration, gathering around warm fires, and filling long winter nights with stories all continued, even as Christianity gradually spread across Scandinavia. The names of the gods eventually changed, but many of the customs remained surprisingly familiar. Beneath today's Christmas celebrations still lies the shadow of an older festival, born in Viking longhouses where people faced the darkest days of winter together, believing that as long as the fire stayed lit and the hall remained full of laughter, the sun would always find its way back. The Viking Age eventually came to an end, but Yule did not. As Christianity spread across Scandinavia between the 10th and 12th centuries, kings and missionaries faced a difficult challenge. They could attempt to erase centuries of deeply rooted traditions, or they could reshape them. More often than not, they chose the second option. It was simply easier. Yule was too important to disappear overnight. Entire communities planned their winters around it. Families gathered, debts were settled, marriages arranged, friendships renewed, and the darkest weeks of the year became a time of hope instead of despair. Asking people to abandon all of that would have been like asking them to forget part of who they were. Instead, the festival slowly changed. Long before the newspapers called him Public Enemy Number One, before Chicago whispered his name with equal parts fear and fascination, Al Capone was simply another child growing up in one of New York City's busiest immigrant neighborhoods. He was born Alphonse Gabriel Capone on January 17th, 1899, in Brooklyn, New York. His story did not begin with violence or wealth. It began in a crowded apartment filled with siblings, hard-working parents, and the daily challenges shared by thousands of immigrant families chasing the American dream at the turn of the 20th century. His father, Gabriele Capone, had emigrated from the small town of Angri, near Naples in southern Italy. Trained as a barber, he hoped America would offer opportunities unavailable in his homeland. His mother, Teresa Raiola Capone, was a seamstress whose days were spent sewing clothes while raising a growing family. Together they would have 9 children, and every pair of hands contributed to keeping the household running. The Capones settled in Brooklyn because it was already home to a large Italian community. Entire streets echoed with the sounds of Naples and Sicily. Italian bakeries filled the air with the smell of fresh bread. Neighborhood markets sold familiar foods from the old country, and Catholic churches became centers of community life. It was possible to spend an entire day speaking Italian without ever needing English. Yet life was far from easy. Brooklyn, at the beginning of the 20th century, was exploding with new arrivals from Europe. Apartment buildings known as tenements packed dozens of families into cramped spaces. Several people often shared a single bedroom, while entire buildings relied on communal toilets in the hallway or courtyard. Privacy was a luxury few could afford. Outside, the streets never rested. Horse-drawn wagons rattled over cobblestones beside electric streetcars. Dock workers hurried toward the Brooklyn waterfront before sunrise, while factory whistles marked the beginning and end of exhausting shifts. Children filled the sidewalks, inventing games between pushcarts, shouting vendors, and laundry lines stretched from one building to another. Young Al grew up in this noisy, energetic world. His parents valued discipline, religion, and honest work. Like many immigrant mothers, Teresa hoped education would give her children opportunities she had never known. Gabriele expected his sons to respect authority and contribute to the family's future. But Brooklyn offered another education as well. Beyond the family home lay neighborhoods where poverty mixed with opportunity, where ambitious boys admired not only hard-working fathers, but also the well-dressed young men who always seemed to have money in their pockets. Alphonse Capone was still just a child, but the streets around him were already teaching lessons that no classroom ever could. If home shaped Al Capone's values, the streets of Brooklyn shaped his instincts. As the Capone family settled into life in New York, they moved through neighborhoods that were changing almost by the month. Red Hook, Carroll Gardens, and the areas surrounding the Brooklyn Navy Yard were crowded with immigrants from Italy, Ireland, Germany, and Eastern Europe. Every block seemed to have its own language, traditions, and unwritten rules. For a young boy, it was an exciting place to grow up. The docks buzzed with activity from dawn until dusk. Cargo ships unloaded coffee, fruit, machinery, and textiles from around the world. Longshoremen wrestled heavy crates onto the piers while tugboats whistled across the harbour. Nearby factories filled the air with smoke, and the constant rhythm of hammers and machinery became the soundtrack of daily life. Children treated the streets as their playground. They played stickball, marbles, handball, and improvised games using whatever they could find. Fire hydrants became gathering places during hot summers, while abandoned lots transformed into baseball fields. Arguments were settled quickly, friendships formed just as quickly, and every child learned to stand up for themselves. In neighbourhoods like these, confidence was often just as valuable as size. Al Capone proved to be an energetic and outgoing boy. Friends later remembered him as intelligent, funny, and fiercely loyal to those he trusted. He enjoyed making people laugh and was known for his quick wit, but he also had a temper that surfaced whenever he felt insulted or challenged. It was a combination that earned him both friends and enemies. The streets also introduced children to another reality. Organised gangs were already woven into neighbourhood life. Contrary to the dramatic images created by later Hollywood films, these were not yet sophisticated criminal empires. Many began as loose groups of local boys who protected their own blocks, fought rival neighbourhoods, and searched for excitement. Older teenagers acted as leaders, while younger boys looked up to them with admiration. To many immigrant children, these older youths appeared successful. They dressed well, carried themselves with confidence, and always seemed to have money despite working very little. A neatly tailored suit or polished shoes could make a powerful impression on a boy whose father worked long hours simply to pay the rent. At the same time, respectable adults viewed these groups very differently. Parents warned their children to avoid bad influences, priests preached about honest living, and teachers urged students to stay in school. They understood how easily a curious boy could drift from harmless street games into increasingly dangerous company. Young Al stood between those two worlds. Inside his home, discipline and hard work were expected. Outside, the streets offered faster rewards and a different definition of success. For the moment, he still attended school and returned home each evening, but the balance was becoming increasingly fragile. It would not take much to tip it in a very different direction. As Al Capone grew older, the gap between the world his parents wanted for him and the one waiting outside their apartment became increasingly difficult to ignore. Like millions of children in New York, he attended public school. Teachers quickly noticed that he was not unintelligent. Quite the opposite. Capone learned quickly when he applied himself, read well, and showed flashes of leadership that made him popular among classmates. Had circumstances been different, he might easily have followed a far more conventional path. But school demanded patience. The streets rewarded confidence. Those were two very different lessons. By the time Al reached his early teenage years, discipline had become a growing problem. He disliked taking orders, questioned authority, and found it difficult to hide his temper. His reputation among other students grew, not because he was the best scholar, but because he rarely backed down from an argument or a fight. The turning point came when he was around 14 years old. According to the most widely accepted accounts, Capone became involved in an argument with one of his teachers after being disciplined for disruptive behaviour. During the confrontation, he struck the teacher. Whether it was a slap or a punch varies depending on the source, but the outcome was the same. His education effectively ended that day. He never returned to school. For immigrant parents like Gabriele and Teresa Capone, this was a bitter disappointment. Education represented one of the few realistic paths out of poverty. Every year spent in school increased the chances of finding skilled work instead of endless manual labour. Watching their son abandon that opportunity must have been deeply frustrating. Without school, Al entered the workforce. He accepted whatever honest jobs he could find. At various times, he worked in a candy store, a bowling alley, and as a cutter in a bookbinding shop. These were demanding jobs with long hours and modest pay. Most required standing for much of the day, while performing repetitive tasks under the watchful eye of supervisors. The wages helped support the family, but they offered little excitement. Each morning looked remarkably similar to the last. Work hard, earn a few dollars, go home, and repeat tomorrow. Outside those workplaces, however, another world continued to tempt him. Street gangs were becoming more organised. Illegal gambling, protection rackets, and small-time theft generated far more money than honest labour ever could. Young men only a few years older than Capone wore expensive suits, visited fashionable cafes, and seemed untouched by the financial worries that dominated immigrant households. To an ambitious teenager, the comparison was difficult to ignore. Leaving school did not instantly transform Al Capone into a criminal. It simply removed one of the strongest influences encouraging him toward a different future. With education behind him and few opportunities ahead, he began spending more time with young men whose ambitions extended well beyond legal employment. Among them was one man who would change the course of his life forever, Johnny Torrio. By his mid-teens, Al Capone had reached a crossroads. He still held ordinary jobs from time to time, earning an honest wage that helped his family survive. But the streets of Brooklyn offered another career path, one that promised faster money, better clothes, and a level of respect that many young men from poor neighbourhoods struggled to find through legal work alone. Standing at the entrance to that world was a man named Johnny Torrio. Unlike many neighbourhood toughs, Torrio did not rely on brute force alone. Born in southern Italy and raised in New York, he possessed something rarer than physical strength: patience. He viewed organised crime less as constant street fighting and more as a business. Gambling, prostitution, loan sharking, and protection rackets all generated steady profits when managed carefully. Violence, in Torrio's eyes, was expensive. Negotiation was often far more profitable. This approach made him stand out. While other gang leaders built reputations through intimidation, Torrio built networks. He maintained relationships with politicians, businessmen, police officers, and rival criminals alike. He understood that influence could accomplish things that fists never could. Young Al found this fascinating. Capone had already developed a reputation for being fearless, energetic, and fiercely loyal. He was physically imposing for his age, but he also possessed natural confidence and an easy charm that made people like him. Torrio noticed these qualities long before the rest of America ever learned his name. At first, Capone's responsibilities were modest. He was not immediately entrusted with major criminal operations. Instead, like many ambitious young recruits, he performed small tasks that helped the organization function. He carried messages, watched entrances, escorted visitors, and learned how criminal enterprises operated behind the scenes. More importantly, he watched. Every day became an education. He observed how disputes were settled, how money changed hands, how loyalty was rewarded, and how loose talk could quickly become dangerous. Torrio rarely lectured. His lessons came through example, showing that successful criminal organizations depended on discipline as much as courage. One important stop in Capone's early career was the Harvard Inn, a Brooklyn bar and dance hall owned by gangster Frankie Yale. Despite its prestigious name, there was nothing academic about the Harvard Inn. It served drinks, hosted dancing, attracted large crowds, and occasionally became the setting for arguments that ended less politely than they began. Capone worked there as a bartender and bouncer, learning how to manage difficult customers while building connections with experienced criminals who passed through its doors. The Harvard Inn also taught him another valuable lesson. Power was not always held by the loudest man in the room. Often it belonged to the quiet figure sitting in the corner, saying very little while everyone else instinctively listened. Johnny Torrio embodied that kind of authority, and Al Capone began studying him carefully. Without realizing it, the young Brooklyn bartender was serving an apprenticeship that would shape the rest of his life. Working at the Harvard Inn introduced Al Capone to far more than unruly customers and late-night brawls. It brought him into contact with some of the most influential figures in New York's underworld, none more important than the men connected to the legendary 5 Points Gang. Despite its name, the gang was less a neighborhood street gang and more a criminal academy. Based in Lower Manhattan, the 5 Points Gang had grown from the rough immigrant district known simply as 5 Points, an area infamous during the 19th century for overcrowding, poverty, and violence. By the time Capone encountered it in the early 20th century, the neighborhood itself had begun to change, but the organization's influence had only expanded. Its leader, Paul Kelly, was unlike the stereotypical gangster. Born Paolo Vaccarelli in Italy, Kelly had changed his name to sound more American. He was educated, well-dressed, and surprisingly refined. He spoke multiple languages, boxed professionally, and preferred tailored suits over flashy displays of wealth. To many young recruits, he looked more like a successful businessman than the head of one of New York's most powerful criminal organizations. That image was intentional. Kelly believed discipline separated successful criminals from reckless thugs. Members of the 5 Points Gang were expected to follow orders, remain loyal, and think before acting. Violence remained part of the business, but it was supposed to serve a purpose, not simply satisfy anger. For a young man like Capone, the organization offered something he had never experienced before. It provided structure. Older members taught younger recruits how to collect gambling debts, protect illegal businesses, and handle negotiations without immediately resorting to force. They learned that earning money consistently required organization, planning, and trust. A profitable gambling operation could generate far more income over time than a single robbery that attracted unwanted police attention. Capone absorbed these lessons quickly. He was ambitious, eager to prove himself, and willing to work long hours if it meant advancing within the criminal world. Unlike some recruits who dreamed only of becoming feared fighters, Capone paid close attention to how experienced leaders managed people and money. He watched who received respect, who gave orders, and who quietly controlled entire operations without ever raising their voice. The 5 Points Gang also became a remarkable network. Among its members and associates were young men who would later become some of the most influential figures in organized crime across America. Many eventually left New York, carrying with them the methods, contacts, and discipline they had learned under Kelly's leadership. One of those men was Johnny Torrio. When an opportunity arose in Chicago, Torrio accepted it, leaving New York behind. Before long, he would invite his promising young protégé to join him. Al Capone was about to leave Brooklyn for the first time, unaware that the next city he called home would transform him from an ambitious street recruit into one of the most notorious gangsters in American history. For years, New York had been Al Capone's classroom. Its crowded streets had taught him confidence. honest jobs had shown him the limits of hard work alone. The 5 Points gang had introduced him to discipline, organization, and the unwritten rules of organized crime. But despite everything he had learned, Brooklyn was only the beginning. The next chapter of his life would unfold nearly 800 miles away. The opportunity came through Johnny Torrio. By the late 1900s, Torrio had left New York for Chicago, where he worked for one of the city's most influential crime bosses, James Big Jim Colosimo. Unlike the gang conflicts that dominated New York's streets, Chicago offered something much larger. The city was growing at an astonishing pace. Its factories, railroads, stockyards, and booming population created enormous wealth. And wherever large amounts of money gathered, illegal businesses were never far behind. Torrio quickly established himself as Colosimo's trusted advisor. He helped organize gambling operations, prostitution networks, and protection rackets into a remarkably efficient enterprise. Torrio believed expansion required dependable men, and when he looked back toward New York, one name stood out above the others: Al Capone. By this point, Capone was around 20 years old. He had also entered a new stage of his personal life. In 1918, he married May Coughlin, an Irish-American woman from Brooklyn. Their son, Albert Francis Capone, known to family and friends as Sonny, had been born shortly before their marriage. For a brief moment, it appeared that Capone might settle into a more ordinary existence. He had a wife, a young child, and enough legitimate work to support his family modestly. But honest employment rarely offered the financial security he desired. The invitation from Torrio promised something entirely different: greater responsibility, higher earnings, and the chance to work beside the man he admired most. Capone accepted. The move to Chicago was more than a change of address. It marked the end of his apprenticeship. In New York, he had largely followed instructions. In Chicago, he would begin helping manage operations himself. When he arrived, the city seemed almost overwhelming. Smoke poured from enormous factories. Elevated trains thundered overhead. Thousands of workers crowded the streets each day, while politicians, businessmen, immigrants, and criminals all competed for influence in one of America's fastest-growing cities. Compared with Brooklyn, Chicago felt bigger, wealthier, and far more ambitious. It also stood on the edge of enormous change. Only a few years later, the United States would outlaw the manufacture and sale of alcohol through prohibition. What many politicians believed would improve public morality instead created one of the most profitable black markets in American history. And standing beside Johnny Torrio, Al Capone was perfectly positioned to seize the opportunity. When Al Capone arrived in Chicago, the city already possessed a thriving criminal underworld. Gambling houses operated behind unmarked doors, prostitution districts generated enormous profits, and protection rackets reached into neighborhoods across the city. Johnny Torrio and Big Jim Colosimo had built one of the most successful organizations in America without relying on alcohol alone. Then the rules changed. In January of 1920, the 18th Amendment and the Volstead Act took effect, officially banning the manufacture, transportation, and sale of alcoholic beverages throughout the United States. Supporters believed prohibition would reduce crime, strengthen families, and improve public morality. Instead, it created an opportunity unlike anything organized crime had ever seen. Millions of Americans still wanted beer, whiskey, and wine. Restaurants wanted customers. Saloons wanted to stay open. Wealthy businessmen quietly stocked private cellars, while ordinary workers searched for places to enjoy a drink after exhausting shifts. The demand remained exactly the same. Only the supply had become illegal. Johnny Torrio recognized the opportunity almost immediately. To him, Bootlegging was not simply another criminal activity. It was an enormous business waiting to be organised. Breweries could continue producing alcohol in secret. Trucks could transport it under cover of darkness. Speakeasies, illegal bars, hidden behind ordinary storefronts, could sell drinks at prices far higher than before. Every step of the process generated profit. Not everyone agreed. Big Jim Colosimo remained surprisingly cautious. His existing businesses already earned him a fortune, and he feared that entering the bootlegging trade would bring unwanted attention from federal authorities. To Colosimo, the risks outweighed the rewards. Torrio saw it differently. He believed refusing to enter the alcohol business would allow rival gangs to grow stronger, while his own organisation stood still. The disagreement created tension at the highest levels of Chicago's underworld, tension that would soon have deadly consequences. Capone watched all of this closely. Although still relatively young, he had become one of Torrio's most trusted assistants. He helped oversee gambling operations, collected payments, supervised employees, and demonstrated remarkable organizational ability. Unlike the hot-headed teenager who had once roamed Brooklyn streets, Capone was learning how large criminal enterprises actually functioned. He also noticed something else. Money changed everything. The profits from illegal alcohol dwarfed almost every traditional racket. A single successful shipment could earn more than months of gambling revenue. The men controlling this new trade were rapidly becoming some of the wealthiest criminals in America. Capone understood that Chicago's future would belong to whoever controlled Prohibition. He had come west as Johnny Torrio's student. Very soon, circumstances would force him to become much more than that, as a single murder at the top of the organization would completely reshape both Chicago's underworld and Al Capone's future. By the summer of 1920, the disagreement over Prohibition had reached a breaking point. Big Jim Colosimo still refused to enter the bootlegging business. He remained convinced that gambling and prostitution already generated enough money without provoking the full attention of federal agents. Johnny Torrio believed the opposite. Every week they delayed meant rival organizations were claiming a share of what would soon become the most profitable illegal market in America. Then, on May 11th, 1920, everything changed. Colosimo walked into the lobby of his restaurant in Chicago, expecting an ordinary business meeting. Instead, an assassin was waiting. He was shot to death before he had a chance to react. The murder has never been officially solved, but historians have long suspected that Johnny Torrio ordered the killing. Whether Al Capone had any direct involvement remains uncertain. Some early accounts claimed he may have helped arrange the murder or brought in assassins from New York, while many modern historians find little solid evidence to support those stories. What is certain is that Capone benefited enormously from what happened next. With Colosimo gone, Johnny Torrio assumed control of the organization. Almost immediately, he expanded into bootlegging. Breweries were purchased or secretly reopened. Delivery routes stretched across Chicago and into neighboring towns. Warehouses became storage depots, while hundreds of speakeasies quietly served customers behind hidden doors. The operation grew with astonishing speed because the public had never truly stopped wanting alcohol. Capone became Torrio's right-hand man. His responsibilities multiplied almost overnight. No longer limited to collecting payments or supervising individual businesses, he began overseeing entire sections of the organization. He managed employees, settled disputes, coordinated shipments, and ensured profits continued flowing upward. Torrio valued something Capone possessed in abundance: absolute loyalty. Capone also possessed remarkable energy. He worked long hours, remembered names, solved problems quickly, and inspired confidence among many of the organization's younger members. Although newspapers would later portray him as little more than a violent gangster, those who worked alongside him recognized another quality. He was an effective manager. Unfortunately for Chicago, he was managing an illegal empire. As profits increased, so did competition. Other gangs wanted their share of the alcohol trade. Political corruption deepened as bootleggers bribed officials for protection. Police officers found themselves caught between enforcing prohibition and accepting generous payments to ignore it. Violence, once confined to smaller neighborhood disputes, gradually became organized and increasingly deadly. Johnny Torrio had built one of the most powerful criminal organizations in America, but success made it a target. Before long, an assassination attempt would nearly end Torrio's life. His decision afterward would change American criminal history forever, placing the entire empire into the hands of the young man who had arrived from Brooklyn only a few years earlier, Al Capone. By the beginning of 1925, Al Capone was only 26 years old. Most men his age were still trying to establish careers or support young families. Capone was about to inherit one of the largest criminal organizations in the United States. The sea had finally released the man it had spent 10 long years trying to keep. Far behind him, the lush island of Ogygia faded into the morning mist, its forests glowing beneath the first light of dawn. Somewhere upon those distant cliffs stood Calypso, the immortal nymph who had loved Odysseus enough to imprison him with comfort instead of chains. The gods had ordered her to let him go, and for the first time in years, the king of Ithaca was once again sailing toward home. or so everyone believed. Along the rocky northern coast of Ithaca, where fishermen measured wealth by the strength of their nets rather than the size of their homes, a young man named Lycon watched the horizon with unusual fascination. He was barely 20 summers old, broad-shouldered from hauling nets since childhood, and possessed the dangerous quality common among young men who had never travelled farther than the next island. He believed stories, not merely listened to them, believed them. The old sailors gathered each evening beside driftwood fires spoke endlessly of Odysseus. They described the clever king who had blinded the Cyclops, outwitted the Sirens, escaped the witch Circe, and survived storms sent by Poseidon himself. Every tale grew larger each year, until Odysseus seemed less like a man and more like someone who simply refused to accept the ordinary rules of the world. Lycon adored every word. While older fishermen nodded politely before returning to discussions about weather and broken oars, Lycon imagined something else entirely. If one man could survive monsters, perhaps monsters guarded places no ordinary sailor had ever reached. If Odysseus had crossed impossible seas, perhaps those seas concealed forgotten kingdoms overflowing with gold, ancient knowledge, or treasures abandoned by the Titans themselves. Heroes, Lycon reasoned, never returned empty-handed. His father disagreed. "The sea already gives us enough," the old fisherman often said while repairing torn nets. "The moment you ask it for more than fish, it starts asking for payment." Lycon always smiled politely. He also ignored every word. When rumours spread that Odysseus had finally left Ogygia, nearly everyone celebrated. Wives thanked the gods. Elders prepared offerings. Children practiced the king's name as though welcoming a legend back into history. Only Lycon noticed something strange. The ship did not seem to be sailing directly toward Ithaca. Each morning, from the cliffs overlooking the sea, Lycon studied the tiny sail moving across the distant water. He borrowed an old bronze spy mirror from a merchant, using reflected sunlight to track the vessel's position. Day after day, the course drifted farther south than any experienced sailor would choose. It made no sense. Every fisherman knew the shortest route home. Odysseus certainly did. Unless he wasn't taking the shortest route. Unless the greatest sailor alive knew of hidden passages, secret islands, or forgotten waters that ordinary men could never find. The thought rooted itself in Lycon's mind like an olive tree splitting stone. He barely slept that night. Before dawn painted the eastern sky, he quietly loaded his small fishing boat with fresh water, dried figs, salted fish, spare sails, rope, and his father's oldest bronze knife. He left behind only a short note. Gone fishing. It was not entirely a lie. Pushing his boat silently away from the shore, Lycon kept his eyes fixed upon the tiny silhouette of Odysseus far ahead. The distance between them remained great enough to avoid notice, yet close enough that he could follow the same general heading. He grinned as the morning wind filled his sail. He believed he was chasing the greatest adventure ever told. He had no idea that Odysseus wasn't leading anyone toward glory. He was quietly steering around places so terrible that even the songs had forgotten their names. The first day at sea felt almost disappointingly ordinary. The wind behaved as expected. Gulls circled overhead, hoping for scraps. Flying fish skipped across the waves like polished silver stones. Far ahead, Odysseus's dark sail remained just visible against the morning sky, never drawing closer, never completely disappearing. Lycon congratulated himself on keeping the perfect distance, close enough to follow, far enough to remain invisible. By sunset, he was certain his plan was working. On the second day, the sea began behaving strangely. It started with the birds. Hundreds of gulls had followed the coastline that morning, their cries filling the air. Then, almost at once, every bird turned north together. There was no predator, no storm, no obvious reason. They simply wheeled around in perfect silence and vanished toward Ithaca. Lycan frowned. Birds rarely abandoned open water unless something frightened them. He laughed to himself. Perhaps they're simply wiser than I am. The joke sounded less amusing after another hour passed without seeing a single feather. Then the dolphins disappeared. They had been racing alongside his little fishing boat since dawn, leaping effortlessly through the swells. Suddenly, the entire pod halted. Not gradually. Instantly. The sleek animals floated at an invisible line across the sea, clicking nervously. Their leader rose halfway from the water and stared toward the southern horizon. Then, as if obeying an order only they could hear, the dolphins turned around and swam away at full speed. Not one crossed that unseen boundary. Lycan slowly dipped his hand into the water. Nothing felt different. The sea remained calm. Too calm. Even the waves seemed quieter here, rolling without their usual rhythm, as though the ocean itself had decided not to make unnecessary noise. Far ahead, Odysseus never hesitated. His raft continued south with steady confidence. "He knows something," Lycan whispered. The thought excited him more than it frightened him. By the third morning, even the stars had become unfamiliar. Lycan had learned navigation from his father before he could properly row a boat. Every fisherman knew the constellations. The Great Bear pointed north. Orion marched across winter skies. The Pleiades guided sailors through the seasons, yet during the night, several stars had seemed wrong, not missing, simply misplaced. One bright star that should have risen near the eastern horizon appeared much farther west. Another seemed oddly dim, almost hidden behind nothing at all. He blamed exhaustion. That explanation comforted him until sunrise. The sun itself rose precisely where it should. Only the stars had wandered. Near midday, something enormous drifted across his path. At first, Lycan mistook it for a rocky islet. As he approached, he realized it was an ancient slab of black volcanic stone, almost perfectly flat, floating impossibly upon the sea. Weathered pillars still stood upon it, broken by centuries of wind. Half-submerged statues stared sightlessly toward the horizon. Most unsettling of all were the carvings. Words covered the stone in a language older than any inscription Lycan had ever seen. He could not read them, but someone had recently scratched a simple symbol beside the ancient writing, a circle, crossed by a single line. The same mark appeared again on another floating stone farther away, and another beyond that. They formed a trail. Lycan looked toward Odysseus. The king had already altered course, not dramatically, just enough to avoid sailing anywhere near the floating monuments. For the first time since leaving Ithaca, Lycan wondered whether the greatest hero in Greece was not searching for adventure. Perhaps he was carefully avoiding it. Still, curiosity proved stronger than caution. When the outline of a green island appeared through the afternoon mist, well east of Odysseus's new course, Lycan smiled. If Odysseus refused to visit it, then it was almost certainly worth exploring. The island looked almost welcoming. That alone should have made Lycan suspicious. After 3 uneasy days crossing increasingly silent waters, the sight of green hills, olive groves, and white marble buildings felt like a blessing sent by the gods. Gentle smoke drifted above the trees. Wildflowers covered the shoreline. A narrow harbour, protected by 2 graceful cliffs, invited ships to anchor as naturally as an open hand invites a handshake. Far out at sea, Odysseus never altered course. The king's small sail remained pointed west, deliberately giving the island a wide berth. Lycon shook his head. "Your loss." He lowered his own sail and rowed toward the harbour. The water was astonishingly clear. Schools of brightly coloured fish glided beneath his boat. Yet they moved strangely, never changing direction or speed. It was as though each fish repeated the exact same path over and over again. He leaned over the side. One silver fish swam beneath the boat. A moment later, the same fish appeared again, following the exact same route, every movement identical. Lycon blinked. Perhaps there were simply many fish that looked alike. That explanation satisfied him for almost an entire minute. Stepping onto the beach, he immediately noticed another oddity. There were footprints, hundreds of them. Fresh footprints crossed the sand in every direction, leading toward the village beyond the dunes. None returned. The sea breeze carried the warm scent of fresh bread. His stomach answered before his mind could. Following the trail, Lycon climbed a gentle hill until neat rows of stone houses appeared among olive trees. The village was beautiful, cleaner than any settlement he had ever visited. Vines climbed white walls. Bronze lanterns hung beside every doorway. Water flowed from carved fountains into crystal-clear pools. But there were no people. Not a single voice. Not even a barking dog. A loaf of bread rested upon a wooden table outside one house. Steam still rose from it. Inside another home, a pot of lentils simmered gently above a fire that should have burned out hours ago. A cup of wine stood half full beside an open window. Someone had clearly been here. Recently. "Hello?" Lycon called. Only silence answered. He wandered farther into the empty streets. Then something impossible happened. The temple bell rang. Once. Its deep bronze note echoed across the village. Lycon spun toward the sound. Nobody stood near the rope. The bell swayed gently on its own. Then, almost exactly 1 minute later, it rang again. The same tone, the same movement, the same echo. He waited. Another minute. Another identical bell. Not merely similar. Perfectly identical. Even the birds resting upon the temple roof lifted into the air in exactly the same pattern, before settling back onto the same stones. A chill crawled across his neck. The village was repeating itself. Trying to calm his nerves, Lycon looked toward the sky. The sun had not moved. Hours had passed since he landed. Yet the shadows remained exactly where they had been. He tested his growing fear by placing his father's bronze knife upright in the dirt beside the road. If time was truly passing, its shadow would slowly shift. He walked away. He counted to 100, then 200. When he returned, the knife's shadow had not moved the width of a fingernail. For the first time since leaving Ithaca, Lycon no longer thought about treasure. He thought about his boat, and whether he could still find it before whatever ruled this island noticed that time itself had begun paying attention to him. Lycon ran. The silent village no longer felt abandoned. It felt occupied by something that simply had no need to be seen. His sandals slapped against polished stone as he hurried back toward the harbour, using the bronze knife as a final reassurance. Surely the shadow would have moved by now. It had not. The blade stood exactly where he had left it, its shadow frozen like a painting carved into the earth. Then he noticed something worse. His own footprints had vanished. The dusty road behind him was perfectly smooth, as though he had never walked upon it. A breeze drifted through the olive trees. The leaves rustled. Exactly 1 minute later, they rustled again. Every branch bent in precisely the same direction. Every leaf trembled in precisely the same pattern. The island was not merely standing still, it was reliving the same minute over and over. Lycan forced himself onward. As he reached the edge of the village square, he heard footsteps. Real footsteps, not echoes. Slow, measured. Someone was walking toward him. Relief washed over him. Thank the gods! An old man emerged beneath a marble archway. His beard reached his waist, white as sea foam. His robes were woven from faded blue linen unlike any Lycan had ever seen. In one hand, he carried a long staff made from black wood polished smoother than glass. The old man stopped several paces away. His pale eyes settled upon Lycan, with neither surprise nor welcome. You should not have followed the king. Lycan froze. You know Odysseus? I know why he never lands here. The old man's voice sounded ancient, like waves wearing away cliffs over countless generations. You are trapped now. Lycan laughed nervously. I can simply return to my boat. No. The answer came without emotion. You crossed the boundary willingly. What boundary? The old man slowly pointed toward the sea beyond the harbour. The one your dolphins refused to cross. Lycan's smile disappeared. How do you know about the dolphins? I have watched every visitor. The old man lowered his staff. For 3,000 years. The number sounded absurd. No mortal lived that long. Yet nothing about this island obeyed ordinary rules anymore. Who are you? The old man considered the question for a long moment. I no longer remember the name my mother gave me. He looked toward the motionless sun. I have repeated this day so many times that names became unnecessary. A silence settled between them. Finally, Lycan asked the question that truly mattered. Can I leave? The old man did not answer immediately. Instead, he walked toward the temple overlooking the village. Curiosity overcame fear once again. Lycan followed. Inside, there was no statue of Zeus, no image of Athena, no altar to Poseidon. The sanctuary was completely empty, except for a single enormous bronze wheel standing upright in the centre of the chamber. Hundreds of tiny symbols covered its surface. The wheel was turning, slowly, almost imperceptibly. Click, one notch, then silence. Exactly 1 minute later, click, another notch. The old man stared at it with exhausted eyes. When this wheel completes one full revolution, he whispered, time will move again. Lycan stepped closer. How long has it been turning? The old man's expression remained perfectly calm. Since before the Trojan War. Lycan did the impossible calculation in his mind. The wheel had barely moved. Then the old man spoke the words that chilled him more than anything else he had seen. It was much faster. He looked directly into Lycan's eyes, until something beneath the island began holding it back. Lycan could not stop staring at the bronze wheel. Its surface gleamed faintly in the dim light filtering through the temple roof, and with every painfully slow click, tiny clouds of ancient dust drifted from its gears. It was a magnificent piece of craftsmanship, far beyond anything he had ever seen in the workshops of Ithaca. No smith alive could have forged something so enormous with such impossible precision. Who built it? He asked quietly. The old man did not answer immediately. Instead, he placed a weathered hand upon the wheel, almost affectionately. The gods merely inherited this place. Lycan frowned. What do you mean? I mean exactly what I said. The old man's tired eyes never left the turning mechanism. Long before Zeus cast down Cronus, before the Titans ruled the heavens, before men learned to shape bronze, others governed the sea. Lycan felt an uneasy chill. He had heard priests insist that Zeus had always been king, that Olympus had always watched over mankind. The old man gave a faint smile. Priests tell comforting stories. The smile disappeared. The sea remembers older ones. For several moments neither man spoke. Then a deep vibration rolled beneath their feet. Not an earthquake. Something slower, heavier. The temple floor trembled once, stopped, then trembled again. The bronze wheel answered with a louder click than before. The old man closed his eyes. It is awake. What is? The reason this island was abandoned. Lycan instinctively reached for his knife. The old man almost laughed. Steel has no argument against something that existed before iron. Another vibration passed beneath the temple. This one lasted longer. Dust trickled from the ceiling. Outside, birds exploded from the olive trees all at once, circling frantically above the village before disappearing inland. For the first time since arriving, something had broken the island's endless repetition. The silence changed. Far below the temple came a sound unlike anything Lycan had ever heard. It resembled the groan of a mountain shifting beneath the sea, or perhaps a creature breathing in its sleep. The old man slowly turned toward the rear of the sanctuary. Hidden behind the wheel stood a narrow stone staircase descending into darkness. I prayed no one would ever come here again. You knew someone would? I knew curiosity would eventually defeat caution. He picked up his black staff. That is the oldest law of mankind. Lycan swallowed. We should leave. We cannot. Why not? Because once it fully wakes, the old man said softly, it will notice the living. Another rumble echoed upward. This time the air itself seemed warmer. A faint smell drifted from below. Not decay, not sulphur, salt. Ancient, stagnant seawater that had never seen the sun. The old man lit a small oil lamp hanging beside the staircase. Its flame flickered violently despite the still air. He hesitated for only a heartbeat before beginning his descent. After several steps, he looked back. Odysseus understood that some victories belong to wisdom, not courage. His voice echoed through the darkness. That is why he sailed away. Lycan stared toward the bright entrance of the temple. Beyond it lay his boat. Beyond that lay the open sea. He could still leave. He should leave. Instead, as every reckless hero before him had done, he tightened his grip upon his father's bronze knife and followed the old man into the depths beneath the island. Somewhere below, something enormous opened a single eye. The staircase descended far deeper than Lycan believed any island could possibly allow. Step after step disappeared into the earth, carved not by chisels, but by impossible precision. The walls were perfectly smooth, dark as polished obsidian, reflecting the glow of the old man's oil lamp in wavering patterns. The air grew colder for a time, then strangely warm, carrying the scent of ancient salt water that had remained trapped beneath stone for countless ages. Lycan expected to hear dripping water. Instead, there was only breathing. It was so deep and distant that at first he mistook it for the movement of the sea. But oceans do not inhale. Oceans do not exhale. Whatever rested below did both. The deeper they walked, the older everything seemed. The stone changed colour, becoming almost black, streaked with veins of pale silver that glowed faintly in the darkness. Strange symbols covered the walls, carved in circles instead of lines. They resembled no alphabet Lycan had ever seen. Looking at them for too long made his eyes ache, as though his mind refused to understand their shape. Scattered along the passage lay broken objects half buried beneath centuries of dust. A bronze helmet unlike any worn by Mycenaean warriors. Fragments of enormous anchors made from green stone. A shattered spear longer than the mast of Lycan's fishing boat. These were not relics left by ordinary sailors. Whoever had carried such weapons had been far larger than any man. The old guardian continued forward without hesitation. His pace suggested he had walked this path many times before, though each step carried the exhaustion of someone performing a duty that should have ended generations ago. Eventually the staircase opened into an immense cavern. Lycan stopped breathing. The chamber was larger than many harbours. Its ceiling disappeared into darkness, supported by towering columns that looked less like architecture and more like the ribs of some unimaginably large creature turned to stone. A vast underground sea stretched beyond them, its black surface perfectly still, reflecting the faint silver glow of the cavern walls. In the centre rose a circular platform connected to the shore by a narrow stone bridge. Upon the platform stood dozens of colossal chains. Each link was thicker than an oak tree. Every chain descended into the black water. Most remained tight. One hung loose. Fresh cracks split the stone where it had once been anchored. Lycan slowly realized the terrible truth. The wheel in the temple had never been controlling time. It had been tightening these chains. Each slow turn above had kept something below from breaking free. Now the mechanism was failing. Another slow breath echoed across the underground sea. The water rippled. Not from wind, not from falling stone. Something enormous had shifted beneath the surface. The ripple reached the platform, gently rocking the broken chain against the stone with a heavy metallic groan. Lycan looked into the black water. For a brief moment, far below the surface, he saw something larger than an island move beneath the darkness. Then a single eye opened. It was not the yellow eye of a beast or the glowing eye of a monster from children's stories. It looked ancient, intelligent, and far older than Olympus itself. The eye remained open for only a heartbeat. Then it vanished beneath the black water. For several long moments, nothing moved. The underground sea became perfectly still once again, smooth as polished glass. Only the broken chain continued to sway gently, scraping against the stone with a slow metallic groan that echoed throughout the cavern. Lycan realized he had stopped breathing. His heart pounded so loudly that it almost drowned out the silence surrounding them. 20 years is a very long time to wait for a man. Long enough for children to become adults. Long enough for olive trees to bear countless harvests. Long enough for neighbours to stop saying, "He will return soon," and begin whispering, "Perhaps he never will." For Penelope, Queen of Ithaca, those 20 years had passed one thread at a time. Each morning she descended into the great hall with the same quiet dignity she had shown since Odysseus sailed for Troy. Around her, more than 100 arrogant suitors laughed, feasted, drank her husband's wine, slaughtered his cattle, and competed to claim the throne that did not belong to them. They called themselves guests. In truth, they were vultures circling a kingdom that refused to admit its king might already be dead. Penelope gave them nothing. By daylight she sat before her enormous loom, weaving what she claimed would become a funeral shroud for Laertes, Odysseus's elderly father. The suitors admired her devotion, believing that once the cloth was finished, she would finally choose a new husband. They did not know the truth. Each night, after the palace had fallen silent, Penelope climbed the stairs, carrying only a small oil lamp. Alone beneath the moonlight, she patiently unravelled every thread she had woven during the day. 20 years had taught her many things. Strength rarely looked like strength. Sometimes it looked like patience. Sometimes it looked like silence. Sometimes it looked like a woman pulling apart her own work, so that tomorrow she could begin again. Only a handful of loyal servants knew the secret, and every sunrise the great tapestry appeared to grow just enough to satisfy the impatient nobles. Even so, Penelope felt the walls closing around her. The suitors had become bolder. Some openly argued over how the palace should be divided after her marriage. Others mocked Telemachus, no longer seeing him as the boy he once was, but not yet respecting him as the man he was becoming. Several had begun carrying swords inside the hall, ignoring every ancient custom of hospitality. Ithaca was slowly slipping away. One stormy evening, as thunder rolled across the island and rain battered the palace roof, an unexpected visitor arrived. She was an old woman, wrapped in a weathered grey cloak, leaning upon an ashwood staff, polished smooth by decades of travel. Her eyes were completely white, clouded by blindness, yet she walked through the palace without hesitation, as though she knew every corridor by memory. The guards tried to stop her. She simply spoke Penelope's name. Not her title, not queen, only her name. The sound carried such strange certainty that even the guards stepped aside. Penelope received the woman in a small chamber overlooking the sea, dismissing every servant before the visitor finally lowered her hood. Her face was deeply lined, but there was something unsettling about it. She seemed older than memory itself, as though she had witnessed generations rise and fall without ever leaving the same road. She did not ask for food. She did not ask for shelter. Instead, she spoke the words that shattered 20 years of certainty. "Your husband still lives." Penelope's heart stopped for a single breath. The old woman slowly tilted her head toward the dark sea beyond the window. "But understand this. He is not imprisoned by chains. He is imprisoned by a promise." The room fell silent except for the rain. The blind prophetess explained that before the Greek fleet had sailed for Troy, Odysseus had secretly sworn an oath upon an ancient shore to a forgotten power older than many of the Olympian gods. The bargain had guaranteed favourable winds for the first stage of the expedition, but every oath demanded payment. Troy had fallen. The debt had not. Now, 20 years later, Odysseus wandered the seas, not because he had lost his way, but because an ancient promise refused to let him find it. The old prophetess was gone before dawn. No servant remembered seeing her leave the palace. The guards at the gates insisted that no one had passed during the night. Even the footprints leading through the rain-soaked courtyard had disappeared beneath the morning sun. Only her words remained. He is imprisoned by a promise. For 3 days Penelope spoke of it to no one. She watched the suitors feast in the great hall, laughing over roasted lamb and imported wine, while servants carried away empty cups as though the palace already belonged to them. Their confidence had grown with every passing season. 20 years had convinced them that waiting was foolish and patience was weakness. Penelope knew better. She had defeated them for 2 decades without drawing a sword, but this was different. An oath could not be unravelled like cloth. Late each evening she climbed to the highest terrace overlooking the harbour. The sea was calm now, its endless blue stretching toward the horizon where Odysseus had vanished so many years before. She tried to dismiss the prophecy as another wandering mystic's tale, yet one detail refused to leave her thoughts. The woman had known about the oath. No songs mentioned such a promise. Not even Nestor or Menelaus, who had sailed beside Odysseus to Troy, had ever spoken of it. Someone had deliberately buried the truth. On the fourth night, Penelope entered the old royal archives beneath the palace. Dust-covered shelves filled with clay tablets, faded scrolls, and shipping records dating back generations. Most concerned taxes, harvests, or treaties with neighbouring islands. Yet hidden inside a cracked cedar chest, she discovered something unusual. It was not an official record. It was Odysseus's own journal. Before leaving for Troy, the young king had occasionally written brief observations about his travels and diplomatic visits across Greece. His handwriting was quick and practical, filled with sketches of coastlines and lists of supplies. Near the final pages, one sentence had been violently scratched out. The ink was faded, but not invisible. The priest demanded that I swear. Everything after those words had been scraped away with a knife. Penelope ran her fingers across the damaged parchment. Odysseus himself had destroyed the rest. Not accidentally. Deliberately. She closed the journal and finally reached a decision. If her husband could not return because of an oath, then waiting in Ithaca accomplished nothing. Someone would have to find where that promise had been made. The next morning she summoned Telemachus before sunrise. Her son listened in silence as she explained only part of the truth. She spoke of unfinished business, of secret investigations, and of the need to protect the kingdom while she travelled. She did not mention prophecies or forgotten gods. Some burdens belong to a mother alone. Telemachus did not argue. The uncertainty of childhood had vanished from his face. He stood now as a man, tall enough to wear his father's armour and wise enough to understand that difficult choices often arrived without explanation. Before noon, Penelope disappeared from the palace. The Queen of Ithaca did not leave through the front gates. Instead, a widowed merchant named Elara boarded a small trading vessel carrying dyed wool, olive oil, and pottery bound for the eastern Aegean. Her royal robes had been exchanged for simple linen. Her golden jewellery had vanished. Even her famous dark hair lay hidden beneath a traveller's veil. Only one thing remained unchanged. The sharp mind that had outwitted 100 suitors was now sailing toward enemies who had no idea whom they were about to underestimate. For the first week, Penelope's disguise held perfectly. The little merchant vessel stopped at fishing villages, quiet harbours, and bustling island markets where traders argued over amphorae of wine, sacks of grain, and bars of Cypriot copper. No one paid much attention to a widowed merchant travelling alone. That was precisely why Penelope had chosen the disguise. Queens attracted questions. Widows attracted sympathy. The captain believed she was journeying east to settle her late husband's debts. The crew accepted the story without hesitation. In the Greek world, grief was common enough that few people wished to investigate it further. Penelope spent her days listening rather than speaking. Sailors always talked. They argued about weather, exchanged rumours from distant ports, and repeated every strange tale they had heard over cups of watered wine. Most stories were clearly exaggerated, but hidden among them were fragments that caught her attention. Several captains mentioned ships disappearing near an isolated chain of islands. Others spoke of ancient shrines abandoned by their priests. One old navigator swore that certain coves still received offerings meant for gods whose names had long since been forgotten. Each rumour pointed farther east, toward waters Odysseus had once crossed on his way to Troy. On the 8th morning the wind died without warning. The sea became unnaturally smooth, leaving the merchant ship drifting beneath a cloudless sky. Even the gulls disappeared. The captain frowned toward the southern horizon. Dark shapes were approaching. Long, narrow ships. 3 of them. Their sails were black. Pirates. The crew rushed into motion, but there was little hope. The merchant vessel carried cargo, not soldiers. Its few spears were old, and most of the sailors had never fought outside drunken tavern brawls. Within the hour, grappling hooks crashed over the rails. The pirate ships pulled alongside with practiced precision. Men armed with curved swords poured onto the deck. Their leader stepped aboard last. He was broad-shouldered, grey-bearded, and wore a bronze helmet decorated with faded horsehair. Unlike his crew, he smiled before speaking. His eyes swept calmly across the frightened merchants before stopping on Penelope. Not because she looked wealthy, because she remained perfectly calm. Everyone else had backed away. She had not moved. The pirate chief walked closer, studying her weathered travel clothes. Then his smile faded. There was something familiar about her posture. Not the posture of a merchant. The posture of someone accustomed to giving orders. He demanded every passenger identify themselves. One by one, they complied. When Penelope's turn came, she bowed her head slightly and repeated the story she had prepared before leaving Ithaca. A widow, a trader, travelling east alone. The pirate listened without interruption. Then he asked a single unexpected question. "What side did your husband fight for at Troy?" Several merchants looked confused. It seemed like an odd question. Penelope immediately understood it was a trap. A real widow would answer without thinking. A liar would hesitate. She did neither. Instead, she quietly replied that no woman who truly loved her husband ever cared which battle earned the scar that took him away. For the first time in years, the pirate chief laughed, not because she had answered correctly, because she had answered like Odysseus himself. A clever answer instead of a direct one. His expression slowly became thoughtful. He had once met the king of Ithaca, and suddenly he wanted to know why a woman who spoke exactly like Odysseus was sailing toward the forgotten eastern sea. The pirate chief did not order his men to search the ship. Instead, he ordered everyone to wait. The sea remained strangely calm as both crews stood watching their leader study the woman who claimed to be an ordinary widow. He walked slowly around Penelope, saying nothing. Years spent raiding merchant vessels had taught him that wealth often wore humble clothes, and clever people rarely introduced themselves honestly. Penelope met his gaze without challenge. Fear would invite suspicion. Confidence would invite questions. She settled for quiet patience. Finally, the pirate spoke. He had fought in the Trojan War himself, though not for either famous king. Like many sailors, he had sold his ship to whoever paid the better price. During those years he had crossed paths with countless commanders, but only one had answered impossible questions with impossible answers. Odysseus. The pirate smiled faintly. The woman standing before him reminded him of the king of Ithaca far more than she realized. Rather than threaten her, he offered a proposal. Far to the east lay an island sailors called Black Sail Island. No charts marked it. No merchants willingly landed there. An old woman lived among its cliffs, trading knowledge for prices few dared pay. Every captain who sailed those waters knew of her. Few ever returned with what they sought. If Penelope truly travelled in search of forgotten truths, that was where her journey would lead eventually. The pirate offered safe passage, not from kindness, from curiosity. He wanted to know why a lone widow was risking her life for secrets connected to the years before Troy. Penelope accepted. By sunset, the merchant vessel had altered course, sailing beside the pirate ships instead of fleeing from them. The arrangement puzzled both crews, but no one questioned their captains. 3 days later, jagged black cliffs emerged from the morning mist. The island looked as though fire had once consumed it. Dark volcanic rock rose straight from the sea without beaches or harbours. Hundreds of seabirds circled silently overhead, yet none landed upon the cliffs. At the summit stood the crumbling remains of an ancient temple older than any Greek city. The pirate ships refused to approach. Their captain lowered a single rowboat instead. He would take Penelope ashore himself. As they neared the rocks, she noticed hundreds of strange objects hanging from ropes tied to the cliffs. Bronze swords, broken shields, crowns, golden necklaces, children's toys carved from olive wood. Every offering had been left behind deliberately. Every gift had weathered years of wind and salt. No one had dared retrieve them. Near the water's edge sat a woman beside a small fire. She appeared impossibly old. Her grey hair reached the ground. Her hands were stained with herbs and ash. Without looking up, she calmly dropped another branch onto the flames. She already knew they had arrived. The pirate stopped rowing. His weathered face suddenly lost every trace of confidence. He refused to go any farther. Penelope stepped alone onto the black shore. The old woman slowly lifted her eyes. "They finally sent the wife," she said softly. Her voice carried no surprise, only relief, as though she had spent 20 years expecting this exact meeting. The old woman led Penelope away from the shore without another word. A narrow path climbed through the black volcanic cliffs, twisting between jagged rocks polished smooth by centuries of wind. Nothing grew there except pale grey moss clinging stubbornly to cracks in the stone. Even the seabirds remained silent now, circling far overhead as though unwilling to cross an invisible boundary. At the summit stood the ruined temple. Time had broken its columns and scattered enormous blocks of marble across the hill, yet the place still possessed an unsettling dignity. It had not been destroyed by war. It had simply been abandoned. The old woman stopped before a circular altar carved directly into the rock. Unlike every Greek temple Penelope had ever visited, there were no statues of Zeus or Athena, no carved owls, no thunderbolts, no tridents, only a single symbol repeated across the weathered stone, a circle surrounded by endless waves. The same symbol appeared upon the altar, upon the broken columns, and even upon the smooth floor beneath centuries of dust. Someone had once worshipped a power the Olympians had erased from memory. The old woman knelt and brushed sand away from the centre of the altar. A polished bronze disc appeared beneath it. Its surface reflected the afternoon sunlight with surprising clarity despite its great age. She motioned for Penelope to look. At first, the metal reflected only the sky. Then the image changed. The temple disappeared. Instead, Penelope found herself watching another day, another lifetime. The shoreline below the temple was crowded with ships preparing for war. Hundreds of warriors loaded shields, spears, and supplies, while priests burned incense along the beach. Among them stood a younger Odysseus. He looked scarcely older than Telemachus was now. His armour gleamed in the morning sun, and ambition filled his face far more than caution. Beside him stood 3 other kings whose faces the bronze refused to reveal. Only Odysseus remained clear. A priest wearing robes woven with silver thread approached the young king carrying a shallow bowl filled with seawater. Odysseus placed one hand into the bowl. The priest spoke words the bronze mirror refused to repeat. Then came the oath. Penelope watched her husband kneel before the ancient altar and swear that if the sea carried him safely to Troy, he would return before the 20th harvest after the city's fall. The waves themselves answered, not with thunder, not with lightning. The sea simply became perfectly still. The bargain had been accepted. The vision faded. Penelope stepped backward, her heartbeat echoing inside the silent ruins. The old woman slowly covered the bronze disc once more. "The war lasted longer than anyone expected," she said quietly. "The journey home lasted longer still." Penelope finally understood. Odysseus had not broken his promise willingly. Time itself had defeated him. But ancient oaths did not measure intention. Only fulfillment. The old woman looked toward the endless sea beyond the cliffs. When the 20th year ended, the oath became a prison. Far below, a wave struck the black rocks with unusual force. Then another. The calm sea surrounding the island had begun to change. Something had noticed that the Queen of Ithaca now knew the truth. The sea grew restless before the sky did. Standing atop the ruined temple, Penelope watched the water darken as though a shadow was spreading beneath its surface. There were no storm clouds overhead, yet the waves no longer rolled with their usual rhythm. They circled the island instead, turning slowly like a great wheel. The old woman wasted no time. She gathered a small leather satchel already waiting beside the altar, as if she had prepared for this moment years ago. Without looking back, she began descending the narrow path toward the shore. Penelope followed. Neither woman spoke. There was nothing left to explain. The truth had already been revealed. Odysseus had fulfilled every challenge the world placed before him. Yet one forgotten promise continued to hold him. It was not chains, monsters, or distance keeping him from Ithaca. It was an agreement, older than memory. Halfway down the cliffs, Penelope noticed something strange. The offerings hanging from the rocks were moving. Not in the wind. There was no wind. The bronze swords, broken shields, necklaces, and ancient crowns all swayed gently toward the sea, as though pulled by an invisible current. One by one the old ropes snapped. The objects fell into the water below. None floated. Each disappeared beneath the surface without leaving so much as a ripple. The old woman glanced toward the horizon. "The tribute has been accepted." Her voice remained calm, but her pace quickened. When they reached the shore, the pirate captain was already waiting beside his rowboat. His weathered face had lost every trace of confidence. He had spent his life fearing storms. This was something entirely different. The sea had become silent. No gulls circled overhead. No fish disturbed the water. Even the waves striking the cliffs made almost no sound. The captain crossed himself in the old sailor's fashion before pushing the boat into the water. The three of them had barely rowed 50 strokes from shore when the sea behind them began to glow. Not brightly. Just enough to reveal enormous shapes moving beneath the surface. At first, Penelope believed they were whales. Then one shadow rose closer. It was too large. Its smooth back stretched across the water longer than the pirate's entire ship. Pale blue markings shimmered beneath the surface, forming patterns that resembled ancient writing rather than natural markings. The creature never surfaced completely. It simply passed beneath them. The small boat rocked violently in its wake. Neither the pirate nor the old woman looked over the side. They kept rowing. Far ahead, the pirate ships had already raised every sail, desperate to leave the island behind. Then, the sea opened. Not with an explosion, not with a towering wave. The water simply folded apart, revealing a vast circle of darkness beneath. From its centre emerged a woman's face. She was beautiful in the unsettling way statues are beautiful. Perfect. Expressionless. Her skin shimmered like moonlight upon deep water, and her hair flowed around her as though made from the sea itself. She was neither rising nor floating. She simply existed within the water, larger than any temple ever built by mortal hands. Her ancient eyes settled upon Penelope alone. There was no anger in them, only disappointment, as though she had expected Odysseus to come himself. Instead, his wife had arrived to break the bargain. The face remained upon the sea. The pirate captain immediately dropped to his knees inside the rocking boat, lowering his head until it nearly touched the planks. Beside him, the old woman bowed in silence, her weathered hands resting against the gunwale. Only Penelope remained standing. The water around the immense figure shimmered like polished silver beneath the afternoon sun. Her eyes held the stillness of the deepest ocean, untouched by time or emotion. She did not resemble Athena's wisdom or Hera's royal pride. There was something far older in her presence. She looked like the sea before mankind had ever learned to build ships. The silence stretched across the water. Then the goddess spoke. Her voice did not travel through the air. It echoed directly inside Penelope's thoughts, carrying the endless rhythm of waves striking forgotten shores. She reminded the queen that promises were the oldest law in existence. Kingdoms rose and fell, cities burned, kings died. But an oath willingly spoken remained unchanged. Odysseus had accepted favourable winds before sailing to Troy. The sea had kept its part of the bargain. Now it waited for his. Penelope listened without lowering her gaze. She understood the fairness of agreements. Ithaca itself depended upon laws being honoured. A ruler whose word meant nothing, ruled only until someone stronger arrived. Yet something about the bargain felt incomplete. The goddess had spoken only of duty, never of justice. Penelope slowly removed the gold wedding ring she had worn since her marriage, and held it between her fingers. It was the only piece of royal jewellery she had carried from Ithaca, not because of its value, because it represented a promise of its own. A marriage survived, not because both people fulfilled every expectation perfectly, but because neither abandoned the other when life refused to cooperate. The queen raised the ring toward the towering figure. A mortal could not outmatch a goddess. But perhaps she could outreason one. She calmly declared that every oath required two faithful partners. If one side changed the conditions beyond recognition, the agreement itself became broken. Odysseus had sworn to return before the 20th harvest. He had not wasted those years through laziness or betrayal. Gods, monsters, storms, enchantresses, and endless suffering had delayed him. The cave no longer smelled of blood. Years ago, sailors had spoken of this place in frightened whispers. They imagined piles of human bones, roaring monsters, and a savage giant who crushed men like dry branches. Mothers warned children about the island. Captains altered their course to avoid it. Every version of the tale ended the same way. The terrible Cyclops had been defeated by the clever Odysseus, but legends rarely returned after the hero sailed away. On a grey autumn morning, another giant climbed the rocky path leading toward the cave. His name was Brontes. Like his brother Polyphemus, he stood taller than the tallest pine, with a single great eye beneath a heavy brow and shoulders broad enough to block the cave's entrance. Yet, unlike his brother, Brontes carried no club upon his shoulder. he carried only a shepherd's crook cut from ancient olive wood. He had lived alone upon another distant island for most of his life, tending sheep and avoiding the quarrels of both gods and mortals. Cyclopes were not a people who gathered in cities. Each preferred his own mountain, his own flock, and his own silence. Years sometimes passed without one Cyclops seeing another. That was why the news had reached him so late. His brother had been blinded. At first, Brontes had refused to believe it. How could a handful of tiny mortals overcome a son of Poseidon? The story sounded like something sailors invented after drinking too much wine. Yet every passing merchant repeated the same name: Odysseus, king of Ithaca, the man clever enough to escape the impossible. Brontes expected to find only an empty cave. Instead, he found smoke rising gently from the entrance. Inside, dozens of sheep rested quietly upon fresh straw. Clay jars filled with milk lined the walls. A small fire burned beside a stone bed where an old giant sat listening to the crackling flames. Polyphemus. Time had bent his once mighty frame. His beard, once dark as volcanic stone, had turned completely white. Thick scars covered the empty socket where his single eye had once seen the world. His enormous hands searched carefully for the shepherd's staff resting beside him before he slowly stood. He recognized his brother's footsteps before hearing his voice. The two giants embraced without speaking. Neither had been taught to express affection with many words. Their silence said enough. Later, as evening settled outside the cave, Brontes prepared cheese while Polyphemus quietly milked one of his oldest ewes by touch alone. Every movement revealed years of practice. Blindness had stolen his sight, but not his patience. Only after they finished eating did Brontes finally ask the question that had brought him across the sea. What truly happened? The old Cyclops remained silent for a long time. The fire popped softly between them. "I was waiting for you to ask that," he said at last. Brontes expected anger. He expected curses against Odysseus. He expected promises of revenge. Instead, Polyphemus sighed. "I have spent many years listening to sailors anchor beyond the cliffs." A faint smile crossed his weathered face. "They tell magnificent stories." His fingers traced the scar across his empty eye. "In every one of them, I am a monster." Another silence settled over the cave. Then the old Cyclops spoke words Brontes had never imagined hearing. "I was not innocent." He admitted that he had ignored the sacred laws of hospitality. He had treated strangers as prey instead of guests. Pride had convinced him that strength excused cruelty, and the sea had eventually sent someone clever enough to prove him wrong. "Odysseus did not defeat me because he was stronger." The old giant looked toward the cave entrance, though he could no longer see it. "He defeated me because I had forgotten that fear makes monsters of us all." Brontes stared into the fire. Everything he believed about his brother suddenly seemed uncertain. Then Polyphemus made one final request. "Do not avenge me." His voice had become little more than a whisper. "Find out why men feared us long before they feared my name." Those were the last words Brontes heard from his brother before sleep claimed the old giant forever, leaving behind only silence, and a question that no legend had ever tried to answer. Polyphemus was buried before sunrise. Brontes chose a quiet hillside overlooking the sea, where the old Cyclops had spent countless evenings listening to waves he could no longer see. There were no priests to recite prayers, and no mourners gathered from distant villages. Cyclopes had never built temples, nor had they believed the gods paid much attention to their kind. The earth itself would remember. Brontes rolled an enormous boulder over the grave. not as a monument, but as protection against curious sailors. His brother had spent enough of his life as a legend. He deserved to rest as a shepherd. Before leaving the cave, Brontes looked around one last time. The place no longer resembled the prison described in every Greek tale. The sheep wandered peacefully between stone pens. Fresh cheeses rested on wooden shelves. Clay bowls had been neatly washed and stacked. Along one wall stood dozens of carved wooden flutes, each carefully shaped by hands too large for such delicate work. No songs mentioned that Polyphemus made music. No bard cared to mention it. Legends preferred monsters. Brontes gathered only 3 things before departing: his brother's shepherd's staff, a heavy wool cloak woven from black sheep's fleece, and the small wooden flute resting beside the stone bed. The cave disappeared behind him as he descended toward the shore. For the first time in his life, he left his own island not to find pasture or shelter, but answers. The crossing to mainland Greece took several nights. Brontes travelled only after sunset, walking across shallow reefs and swimming through narrow channels where merchant ships rarely ventured. During daylight, he hid inside sea caves, covering himself with driftwood and fishing nets whenever distant sails appeared on the horizon. The stories about humans fascinated him. They feared Cyclopes. He had yet to meet one. Several days later, he reached the rugged coast of Aetolia. Before stepping inland, Brontes wrapped himself completely in the enormous black cloak. Its hood hid his single eye beneath deep folds of cloth, while the long fabric concealed most of his towering frame. From a distance, especially in poor light, he looked less like a giant and more like an unusually tall traveller leaning upon a staff. It was enough, at least from far away. He avoided roads whenever possible, choosing forests and mountain paths where only shepherds wandered. Even so, evidence of human life surrounded him. Fields stretched across hillsides. Smoke rose from distant villages. Children's laughter drifted through olive groves. The world seemed far busier than the lonely islands Cyclopes called home. Late one afternoon, Brontes heard shouting. He quietly climbed a rocky ridge overlooking a narrow road. Below, 3 armed men surrounded an elderly farmer beside an overturned cart. Apples had spilled across the dirt, and one of the robbers was kicking them aside while another demanded the old man's purse. The farmer could barely stand. His hands shook as he offered the small leather pouch hanging from his belt. Brontes watched silently. He remembered what Polyphemus had said. Find out why men feared us. If humans were so different from Cyclopes, why were they threatening one of their own? The robbers laughed as they pushed the old man to the ground. Brontes tightened his grip on the shepherd's staff. For the first time since leaving the island, he wondered whether monsters always looked the way legends claimed they did. Brontes remained hidden among the pines. The 3 robbers laughed as they emptied the old farmer's purse. A handful of bronze coins clattered into the dirt, followed by a small piece of cheese wrapped in cloth and a loaf of coarse barley bread. One of the men sneered. "So this is your fortune?" The others laughed harder. The oldest robber crushed the loaf beneath his sandal before kicking the farmer onto his side. They took the coins anyway. Before leaving, they slashed one wheel of the old cart with a knife, laughing as they disappeared down the road. Silence returned. The farmer remained on the ground for several moments before slowly trying to stand. His knees trembled beneath him. He managed only a few steps before collapsing beside the broken cart. Brontes watched. Among Cyclopes, strength decided nearly everything. A weak shepherd survived because a stronger one helped him. There was no glory in watching someone perish when assistance cost almost nothing. Yet Polyphemus's final request echoed in his thoughts. Learn about men. Brontes stepped from the trees. The earth seemed to shudder beneath his enormous feet. The farmer looked up. His weathered face turned white. The old man scrambled backward through the dust, his hands searching desperately for a stick that would never defend him. His mouth opened. No sound emerged. Brontes stopped several paces away. He understood. This was the fear his brother had spoken of. The farmer saw only a towering figure wrapped in a dark cloak. Not a traveller, not a shepherd, a nightmare from every childhood story. Brontes slowly lowered his staff onto the ground. Then, without speaking, he walked toward the overturned cart. The heavy oak wagon would have taken 4 men to lift. Brontes raised it with one hand. The broken wheel dangled uselessly from its axle. He examined it carefully before pulling a young ash tree from the roadside as easily as another man might snap a reed. Sitting upon a large stone, he carved a new axle with surprising patience, using only a bronze knife, scarcely larger than a human sword. The farmer watched in stunned silence. Within minutes the cart stood upright once again. Brontes gathered the scattered apples one by one, carefully wiping dirt from each before placing them back into their baskets. He even recovered the crushed loaf of bread, brushing away loose dust, although he knew it could never truly be cleaned. Only then did he return to his staff. He still had not spoken. The farmer stared at the repaired cart, then at the silent giant. Fear remained in his eyes, but something else had appeared beside it. Confusion. Brontes turned to leave. Behind him came a hesitant voice. "Wait." The giant stopped. The old farmer slowly broke the uncrushed half of another loaf hidden beneath a blanket in the cart. His hand still shook as he held out the bread. It was a simple offering. The ancient law of hospitality. A stranger who helped deserved food. Brontes accepted the bread with astonishing care, holding the tiny loaf between fingers thick as branches. Neither smiled. Neither knew what to say. Yet in that quiet exchange, both realized something unexpected. The farmer had expected a monster and found kindness. Brontes had expected fearful hatred and found gratitude. As the giant disappeared back into the forest, the old man remained standing beside his cart. When he finally returned to his village that evening, no one believed the story he told, according to every legend in Greece. Cyclops did not stop to help strangers. The farmer's bread lasted Brontes 2 days. He carried the small loaf inside a leather pouch tied beneath his cloak, breaking off tiny pieces whenever hunger came. To a Cyclops, it was hardly more than a mouthful, yet he refused to eat it quickly. It had been given freely. That made it valuable. As he continued south, the forest slowly gave way to vineyards, olive groves, and broad dirt roads crowded with travellers. Merchants pushed wagons loaded with pottery. Shepherds guided flocks towards summer pasture. Messengers hurried between cities carrying wax tablets sealed with royal crests. Human life seemed endless. Where one village ended, another began before sunset. Brontes remained well away from the roads. Even beneath his enormous cloak, hiding was becoming increasingly difficult. More than once, children pointed toward the unusually tall traveller, disappearing among the trees. A few curious shepherds followed him for short distances, before deciding they had already wandered farther from home than wisdom allowed. One evening, Brontes climbed a rocky hill overlooking a prosperous city, surrounded by thick stone walls. Smoke rose from hundreds of chimneys. The harbour below shimmered with merchant ships arriving from every corner of Greece. Music drifted upward from taverns beyond the gates. It was the largest human settlement he had ever seen. Curiosity overcame caution. After sunset, he approached. The streets outside the walls were nearly empty. Farmers were returning home with donkeys and carts, while a handful of merchants waited for the gates to open at dawn. Brontes kept his head lowered beneath the deep hood of his cloak and walked slowly, hoping the darkness would hide his sighs. For a few moments it worked. Then a little girl spotted him. She could not have been older than 6. Holding her mother's hand, she stared up at the towering stranger with wide eyes. Instead of screaming, she smiled. She waved. Brontes hesitated. Slowly, almost awkwardly, he lifted one enormous hand and waved back. The child giggled. Her mother turned to see what had caught her daughter's attention. The smile vanished instantly. She pulled the little girl behind her and shouted. Others turned. Someone pointed toward the impossible height of the cloaked traveller. A merchant cried that a giant had entered the road. Within seconds, panic spread through the crowd faster than fire through dry grass. People abandoned carts. Donkeys bolted. Children were snatched into waiting arms. The city guards rushed from the gate carrying spears and bronze shields, forming a trembling line across the entrance. Brontes did not move. The soldiers stared at him with the same terror he had seen in the old farmer's eyes. Only now there was no gratitude waiting behind it. Only fear. One officer demanded the stranger reveal himself. Brontes slowly lowered his hood. Moonlight fell across his broad face. His single eye reflected the torchlight. A gasp swept through the gathered crowd. "Cyclops!" The words spread like a plague. Stones flew before spears did. One struck Brontes across the shoulder. Another bounced harmlessly against his chest. A third, thrown by trembling hands, hit the wooden flute hanging from his belt and shattered it into splinters. Brontes looked down at the broken instrument. It had belonged to Polyphemus. His brother had carved it during the lonely years after losing his sight. For a long moment, the giant simply stared at the pieces lying in the dust. Then, without anger, without raising his staff, without taking a single step toward the frightened crowd, he turned around and quietly walked back into the darkness. Behind him, the city celebrated. The monster had fled. None of them realized that the only thing truly broken that night had not been the flute. It had been Brontes' growing hope that kindness alone could erase the weight of an old legend. Brontes left the city before dawn. The broken pieces of the wooden flute remained inside his pouch. He could not bring himself to throw them away. Every fragment reminded him of the quiet evenings his brother had spent carving melodies into wood after darkness had stolen his sight. Humans had never known that part of Polyphemus. They had known only the monster. The giant wandered east through the hills for several days without speaking to anyone. Whenever he heard voices upon the roads below, he changed direction. Whenever he saw smoke rising from a village, he chose another valley. Perhaps, he thought, the city had shown him the truth. One kind farmer could not outweigh an entire world raised on fear. One rainy evening, Brontes noticed the glow of a lonely fire beneath a rocky overhang. A single traveller sat beside it, wrapped in a worn blue cloak. Several scrolls lay stacked beside a leather satchel, protected carefully from the rain. The old man looked up as the enormous cloaked figure approached. Instead of reaching for a weapon, he simply moved his cooking pot away from the edge of the fire to make room. Brontes stopped. The old traveller smiled. "There is enough warmth for two." The giant remained standing. The old man studied the impossible height of his guest. "You've been walking for days." Brontes slowly sat on the opposite side of the fire, keeping his hood lowered. The traveller stirred a pot of lentils while humming quietly to himself. He introduced himself as Demades, a wandering poet who earned meals by telling stories from one town to another. The name meant little to Brontes. The profession interested him. Stories. Those were what had brought him here. The old poet eventually noticed the broken wooden flute resting beside the giant's enormous hand. He picked up one fragment. This was beautifully carved. Brontes nodded. My brother made it. Demades smiled sadly. It deserves remembering. He carefully returned the pieces. For a while, neither spoke. Only the rain filled the silence. Then voices echoed from the road below. Several merchants had stopped their wagons to escape the storm. Laughing loudly, they asked the old poet to entertain them while they waited. Demades stood and gladly accepted. Brontes remained hidden in the darkness beneath his cloak. The poet began telling the tale of clever Odysseus escaping the Cyclops. The merchants laughed at every mention of the foolish giant. They cheered when the burning stake blinded him. One child clapped excitedly as the Cyclops stumbled through his cave in pain. Brontes listened without moving. When the story ended, the merchants thanked the poet with bread and wine before continuing their journey. The rain finally stopped. Demades returned quietly to the fire. He stared into the glowing embers for a long moment before speaking. That is not exactly how I believe it happened. Brontes slowly raised his head. The poet continued watching the fire. Audience members prefer simple villains. He sighed. They do not pay well for complicated truths. Brontes looked at the old man with growing curiosity. For the first time since leaving his island, someone had admitted that legends changed. Someone understood that stories often chose entertainment over honesty. The giant reached into his pouch and placed one piece of the broken flute beside the fire. Demades examined its careful craftsmanship once more. Then his eyes widened. Very slowly, he looked from the flute to the enormous traveller, and finally to the single eye hidden beneath the edge of the hood. The poet had spent his life telling stories about Cyclopes. Now, for the first time, one of them was listening. The old poet did not run. He did not shout for help. He simply looked at Brontes for a long moment, as though comparing the giant before him with the countless versions he had carried in his memory. Finally, he smiled. So, he said quietly, the story has found me instead. Brontes remained silent. He had grown accustomed to silence. It was safer than explanations. Demades placed another piece of wood onto the fire. I've spent 40 years walking from city to city, he said. I've told the tale of Odysseus and the Cyclops more times than I could ever count. He poked at the flames with a stick. And every city tells me to make the giant crueler. Brontes tilted his head. The poet explained that audiences rarely wanted uncertainty. Heroes needed villains. Monsters needed sharp teeth. A frightened audience remembered simple stories far better than complicated ones. If the Cyclops had once laughed, no one wanted to hear it. If he had cared for sheep, no one applauded. If he had ever shown kindness, the tale became less exciting. So, little by little, each storyteller added something. The cave became darker. The giant became larger. The cruelty became greater. By the time the songs reached distant islands, the Cyclops had become something almost impossible to recognize. Brontes listened carefully. So, people remember stories. Demades nodded. They remember the version they enjoy most. The words settled heavily in the giant's thoughts. Perhaps Polyphemus had become a monster long before Odysseus ever reached his cave. Perhaps every new telling had simply carved away another piece of the truth. The fire burned lower. The old poet opened one of his scrolls. Its edges were worn from decades of travel. "I collect different versions," he explained. "The same story changes from village to village." He pointed to several passages. In one account, the Cyclops owned goats instead of sheep. Another claimed there were two Cyclopes. A third insisted Odysseus fought the giant with a bronze spear rather than a burning olive trunk. Each version contradicted the last, yet every storyteller insisted his own was true. Brontes suddenly understood something humans had built that Cyclopes never had. Memory. Not personal memory, shared memory. Entire kingdoms lived according to stories repeated across generations. If those stories changed, people changed with them. Demades carefully rolled the scroll closed. "There is one version I have never been able to confirm." He looked directly at Brontes. "It says, Odysseus regretted what happened." The giant's eye narrowed. "No hero regrets defeating a monster." The poet shook his head. "No." He stared into the dying fire. "But an old man might." Those words lingered between them long after the flames had faded. At dawn, the two travellers continued together. The poet now walked with slower steps, forcing Brontes to shorten his enormous stride. Neither minded. Several days later they reached a fishing village on the western coast. An old fisherman welcomed them with fresh bread, olives, and dried fish. While preparing the meal, the fisherman casually mentioned that the elderly king of Ithaca had recently been seen travelling alone along the nearby coast, visiting the places where his long journey had begun. Demades slowly looked toward Brontes. Neither spoke. Neither needed to. After weeks spent searching for answers, the road was finally leading toward the one man whose story had changed both their lives forever. The road to Ithaca's western shore wound through olive groves older than most kingdoms. Brontes and Demades walked in silence, following the directions given by the fisherman. The old poet leaned on a weathered staff, while the giant remained hidden beneath his black cloak. Whenever travellers appeared on the road, Brontes stepped into the trees until they had passed. Word of a Cyclops wandering Greece would spread far too quickly. By the afternoon of the third day, they reached a lonely stretch of coastline. There were no villages,